Right, we will now call this April 1st, 2026 meeting of the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners to order. Thank you all for joining us and welcome. The first order of business is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Next, we have citizen input. If there is anyone in the room who would like to provide citizen input, we would like to get a blue form from you. I have one. I see a couple of people here for proclamations later in the day. You don't have to fill out blue forms, but we can go ahead and get started. And if there's anyone online who would like to provide citizen input, you should raise your hand. Okay, our first speaker this morning is Rondo. He's joined us.
I'm Rondo. I'm a longtime resident of Bend and this county. And thank you very much for this chance to speak again to you. Today is April Fool's Day, but I won't say Happy Fool's Day. Let's just say from now on, no more fools. And so I do want to identify myself real quickly before I make my point that I've been recently called a gadfly. And I thought that was an insult until I looked it up and figured out what a gadfly was. It's like to be considered from one of the local publications as a gadfly puts me in the company of Plato and Socrates. And I never thought of myself that way. Thank you very much. Thank you, Source. So today, I want to say something that's, I think it's obvious to a lot of residents here, but often is not obvious to partisans. And I mean party loyalists. And we've been made afraid. We in this county, and I'm going to speak for our county, and I'll see if the county will allow me to do that. But we've been made afraid by the actions and violence of ICE. And there's no controverting this. This is not a debatable subject. I consider myself a witness. I know what I saw. I know what I hear. I get reports. I see video. I'm an activist pretty much all day long, and a lot of that is being connected with media and connected with people who show me things. And I'm afraid. My children live here. My friends live here. The rest of my life, I intend to be here. I've lived half my life here. ICE is not serving the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. Three bullets in the face and 4 bullets in the back tell me everything I need to know. Well, I'm going to ask you, because vigilance requires action. Freedom requires vigilance. I'd like to ask you to, on my behalf, on behalf of this county, file a restraining order representing the county, representing me, against ICE. So they're not allowed to come here. They're not allowed to have an investigation here. That if they have any legal warrants, that they are to present them to our sheriff. Please agree with me. Please help me do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rondo. I will just say that I have not heard of any counties issuing restraining orders against ICE, but I do know of other ways that local government jurisdictions are trying to protect their citizens and communities in the face of potential violence or authoritarian actions from federal government. And it would be valuable for us to review some of those and see if there's anything that we would like to do. Okay. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to give public comment? And Eric, is there anyone online? Nope. Okay. We will proceed now to commissioner announcements. Are there any commissioner announcements?
Rodeo starting tonight at the fairgrounds. So High Desert Stampede, first rodeo of the year for the Northwest Pro Rodeo Association. And we're also the host of the last rodeo of the year. So it's pretty exciting to open up the rodeo season.
And we are invited to be introduced on Thursday night. If you want to come, I know last year I got to ride at the top of a stagecoach from the 1800s. It was quite bumpy and exciting. So anyway, yes, Dennis Fast, and it's Dennis with one N, and Fast is the chair of the High Desert. He's the High Desert Stampede Board. Anyway, he invited us for tomorrow night. So if you want some more details, please let me know. And I did want to mention that yesterday I had the privilege of attending my Uncle Bobby's remembrance service in Pendleton, Oregon. And you wonder, how does this relate to Deschutes County? Well, my Uncle Bobby is the person who gave the Olazinka sawmill to our High Desert Museum in the 1990s. And at the time when it was from the ranch in Ukiah that was started by my great-grandfather in 1882, I thought, wow, I hope this museum is really, worthy of my family's sawmill. And sure enough, it's a world-class museum. So I didn't know this about my Uncle Bobby, but he was actually Oregon member of the Federal Land Bank, and he was on the Oregon Board of Forestry and the Oregon Board of Agriculture. So he did a lot of public service that I was not really aware of. And I just wanted to mention that because of his decision, we do have that fabulous sawmill that is still functioning in today's world. So thank you. Thank you for recognizing that. And then I did get an email yesterday because I had told the solar people that are coming here and they want to use we have 500 acres for a solar farm. I said, please go and help Lake County. They desperately need more power. Sure enough, Lake County, they went there, they've signed a lease agreement in Lake County, and Joseph Mazzoni said, Patty, I knew you were the person that was really worried about them because, we have transmission lines and people are incredibly concerned. And how do you get more power to rural Oregon? Well, they have signed a lease in Lake County. So that was kind of my a pleasant surprise in emails yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't receive an invite from the High Desert Stampede for Thursday night, but
He sent it to me, the text this morning at 5:50. So anyway, yes.
yeah, I do remember receiving them in the past, but okay.
He said he
No, thank you.
apologized for being, what is the word? Behind the game today, this year, but he would love for us to be there. And he will have tickets if we want to go to Wilco for passes. So are you able to go?
No, my kid is getting ACL surgery and I'm going to need to be home taking care of him.
Oh, good. Ice,
It's good to know.
not ice, ice, not ice. Yeah.
Uh, Okay, so any further announcements? If not, we can segue. Well, I can just make an announcement or recall that yesterday the Kids Center had Healing Hearts. It's Healing Hearts luncheon, and a couple of us were able to make it. And today we have a coalition, consortium, I don't know what you want to call yourselves, a team to present to us a proclamation about Child Abuse Prevention Month as action item number 4. We will get to that in just a minute after we get through our consent agenda.
So move the consent agenda?
Second,
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
just acknowledging, dialing in our kind of cost of doing business with our partner of the Central Oregon Law Enforcement Services. It's kind of the financial play here about we're just recovering the cost of doing business there. And then a great set of minutes, 4 weeks of minutes here. And I want to thank the staff for putting that in such a clear, concise fashion for us.
Great. Okay. With that, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Okay. Now we can move on to our first proclamation of the day. Please join us. So usually the way these work, we let you all kind of frame this up for us, provide any comments you'd like to provide, and then we'll read the proclamation and approve it or vote in support of it. So
Yeah.
take it away.
Thank you. Well, good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. It's always good to be here on April 1st. My name is Staley Slaughter. I'm the development director and for Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery. And here with me today are representatives from the Kids Center and Healthy Families as well. So Child Abuse Prevention Month is a time to bring awareness to organizations that support children and families. This year is the second year of Healthy Families of the High Desert, Kids Center, and Mountain Star joining together to bring awareness of Child Abuse Prevention Month to Central Oregon. Each organization works to prevent abuse and neglect, to protect children and support families, whether through Healthy Families home visits and monthly groups, Kids Center's prevention education program, or Mountain Star's crisis intervention and therapeutic services. We work to strengthen families together. So the statistics surrounding child abuse and neglect in our state are quite alarming. 11,669 child abuse victims in 2024. 42% of these cases involved children 6 years old and younger. Threat of harm was the largest category of abuse at 51%, followed by neglect at 25%. 16 children died, 2 from abuse and 14 from neglect. In Central Oregon, there were 5,223 screened reports of suspected child abuse in 2025, totaling 790 confirmed victims of abuse here in our counties. So how do organizations address this? Healthy Families of the High Desert is a free voluntary home visiting program that is family-centered, culturally sensitive, strength-based, and proven effective in cultivating and strengthening a nurturing parent and child relationship and preventing child abuse and neglect. Healthy Families works with families prenatally or at birth, providing fun, engaging, and educational home visits for 3 years. Its family support specialists work together with families in their home to track babies' development, discuss positive parenting practices, early literacy development, health and safety, as well as connecting them to community resources. Healthy Families is part of the Healthy Families America program and the larger Prevent Child Abuse America. They are an accredited program that has been serving families in Central Oregon for over 30 years. And today we have Heather representing Healthy Families. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Heather Amaral, and I am the program manager for Healthy Families of the High Desert.
So the Kids Center. Kids Center operates Central Oregon's Children's Advocacy Center. They work with community partners to serve children and families across the region in a trauma-focused, child-friendly manner. Kids Center provides free therapy, forensic interviews, family advocacy, and child-friendly medical examinations for families impacted by abuse. To address the goal of preventing child abuse from ever occurring, Kids Center offers free child abuse prevention trainings across the region to bolster the community's awareness and knowledge of this issue. Today we have Rachel with us from the Kids Center.
Good morning, Rachel Visser from the Kids Center. I'm the Prevention Education Manager. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
So Mountain Star Family Relief Nursery believes that every child deserves a safe and nurturing environment in which to grow and thrive. Through a combination of early intervention programs, trauma-informed care, parenting education services, and direct family support, Mountain Star works with families with kids 0 to 5 years old, those children at the greatest risk for abuse and neglect. 100% of Mountain Star's services are in place to prevent child abuse. Mountain Star's therapeutic classrooms provide a safe place for children living in high stress and chaotic homes, offering them a pathway for healthy development and stability. Child abuse prevention is the work Mountain Star does every day keeping kids safe, and helping parents be successful. I'm here today on behalf of Mountain Star, as well as Kara Tachikawa behind me, the Executive Director of Mountain Star. And now, what can you do? First, attend and invite families to our first Communities for Kids Care Fair, an event in Redmond at the Becky Johnson Center and Centennial Park. That's coming up at the end of the month on Thursday, April 30th from 3 to 5. This is the first ever regional event of its kind. This event is free to the public, offering health assessments, outdoor activities, prizes, and food. Also, volunteer. Volunteer your time and expertise at organizations that strengthen support for children and families. Advocate. Advocate for policies that lower stressors on families and reduce the risk of maltreatment. And of course, donate. Community investment is the driver for change. Support your local nonprofits to ensure their services remain free and available to children and families that need them. Healthy Families, Kids Center, Mountain Star have had tremendous impact on child abuse prevention efforts across the region. The direct services provided position these nonprofits to best respond to the needs of families. We are grateful to you, our county commissioners, for recognizing the importance of our work and prioritizing the safety of our community's children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Well, thank you very much for joining us today. And a couple things that jump right out. The community investment is always a great partnership there. Hopefully, there was a really great event yesterday for Kids Center specifically. I've attended many times, couldn't quite make it yesterday, but it's great to see everybody that gets together for each organization and the needs. Thanks for sharing about the Care Fair coming April 30th. Just getting people out. The weather's going to be nicer at that point in time. Getting people out after a kind of a half in, half out winter all this year, but at least we'll be in a better mood probably at the end of April with the green grass and the flowers coming up. So let's keep it positive. And then absolute supporter of just young childhood development. The ACEs score you hear about, if we can reduce that and make sure that there's just a healthy environment for young adult development, it is so valuable for the next generation.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I was at that Birdies event last September. and
Birdies
it
for
raised-
Babies, yeah.
Yes, and it raised $500,000.
I did.
Yes, it was amazing. I mean, I had never seen so much spent on desserts in my life. Like, I think it was $2,500 the woman at my table bought this cake for. Oh my gosh. Anyway, but that's really like the high note of the community coming together for you all, but then to hear the tragedy of 16 kids dying, it breaks your heart.
Yep.
I really, I know my one son shot the other son in the finger with a BB gun once. And my son said, Mom, you were going to kill me. Now, I don't actually remember that, but to think that, I just can't believe that parents don't love their kids. It's just really, what an incredible tragedy, or, they need your help. And also, Kara, I want to thank you for what you did with Friends of the Children in La Pine, because that is a program that I think Deschutes County can be incredibly proud of, that's really making a difference for kids for their future. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, and thank you for those comments. One thing to add is that we find, all the parents in our programs really do love their kids, and often those tragedies happen because of overwhelming stress, lack of support, and often multi-generational issues that we as organizations are there to help break those cycles. Parents not knowing what a nurturing, loving home is, and not having the support, resources, or tools to keep their kids safe. And so that's where we all step in. I love that Healthy Families steps in right in the hospital, recognizing and going in to new parents and checking in on them. What's going on? What are you worried about when you go home? What are you lacking in resources or support? And so we really believe if we understand those needs, and we understand the what happens when those aren't met, right? And when parents aren't supported, and really asking, the question of what happened to you, right, as a parent.
That number 16 was from the state, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
State number.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Were there any locally?
Maybe two. Mm-hmm.
2 locally.
Mm-hmm.
Too many.
Yeah.
Well, please keep doing, especially the Kids Center, what you're doing, because I know that it serves like all of Eastern Oregon. I know situations such as an incident like in Burns, they will come over to the Kids Center, and I think, and perhaps it was Baker I heard about once, and it's just, thank you for being there.
We're there to serve as many people as we can.
Yeah, and it's so much easier to come into Bend than to, let's say, go to Portland with this type of an issue. So thank you.
I would just like to add, if any of you ever want to attend one of our home visits, you'd be absolutely welcome, and we'd love for you to join us. So you could see really what we do every day in families' homes. Please just reach out.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just want to thank all 3 of your organizations, Healthy Families, Kids Center, Mountain Star, for the work that you do in our community, both on the prevention end of things and also, on the diagnostics and treatment end of things. And I do have a question. So, prevention is a very tricky thing to talk to people about because you can't measure what didn't happen. But we, practitioners of prevention, people who believe in it, understand that there are ways to communicate to the community, to key populations about the impact that prevention efforts can have. So you can't measure what didn't happen, but what can you measure, and what are some of the most compelling things that you can say to people to help them understand the impact that prevention efforts can have?
Yeah, that's a great question. And you're absolutely right. It's hard to share those prevention pieces, especially with Healthy Families and Mountain Star. We focus on this early intervention space. We know that if we can support kids and parents, if they can get the resources they need, we know that we are changing the trajectory of those children's lives. Mr. Bowen, you talked about the ACEs, right? We know now that high ACE scores for children are directly connected to all kinds of outcomes later in life, right? A child that experiences 6 or more ACEs is 14 times more likely to commit suicide, right? Much more likely to face addiction issues. And really at the end of the day, the inability to hold healthy relationships, which dictates the way that is the basis of how we operate in our lives and how we are successful in our lives moving forward. ACEs are also connected to pulmonary disease in your 50s, right? These direct connection to health outcomes for children that experience ACEs. And so that is a big part of that science piece that we really focus on and try to share with the community, because we always say when children thrive, when families thrive, our community thrives, right? And so that's bringing and raising residents in this community that have the capability and the possibility to really be present, to be actively engaged, right? Also to buy houses, right? All of these things, that all trickles down, whether we want to talk about the economic impact of a Healthy Start, or we want to talk about the brain science behind what actually happens between a really unhealthy start with chaos and trauma and abuse versus a start with love and nurturing environments and all of those different pieces. We can also measure and look at, the often when thinking about Mountain Star, we've looked at long-term studies of relief nurseries. There are 43 relief nurseries. 38, my bad. 38 relief nurseries statewide, and there's been a long study that over 80% of children that experienced relief nursery support did not show up in CPS reports 10 years later. And so that's showing that with these early interventions and supports, families stay safe, families stay together, and kids stay out of those CPS reports. And the last really interesting thing I'll share, which is such big numbers, but something to think about. You know, when we think about how much we're spending on families in this early intervention space, we spend about $10,000 a year on one child and family in our program. If that child ends up in foster care, it costs $54,000 a year per child. If they end up in the juvenile justice system, it's $165,000 a year per child. And so we often like really talking about this early intervention. We can have the most impact during the most critical time of brain development in a child's life for a lot cheaper cost, a lot reduced cost, and get in front of these and start to break these cycles. You know, when we see parents advocating to break their own cycle of abuse and neglect, that is we're seeing where prevention has those long-term impacts.
Prevention works and it has an impact. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for that explanation. Right.
So just one note, you know, we mentioned ACEs a few times. So adverse childhood experiences, kind of a system to be able to figure out the acuity or the experience of a child and the different aspects of what could go wrong or developmentally challenging areas. So just kind of a term that we start throwing around, but
Right.
adverse childhood experiences.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I appreciate the knowledge that the commissioners have and bring into that, because that's huge. To understand it is important, and then we can make changes
Mm-hmm.
to really support. So
All right. We would like to read a proclamation for you and then adopt it. How about Commissioner DeBonne? Do you want to read the first three whereases and Commissioner Dare the second three?
Very good. Before the Board of Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, a proclamation declaring April 2026 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month. Proclamation. Whereas there were over 5,400 reports of child abuse and neglect in Central Oregon last year, which resulted in more than 2,700 investigations. And whereas we all have a responsibility as individuals, neighbors, community members, and citizens of Central Oregon to help create healthy, safe, nurturing experiences for children. And whereas safe and healthy childhoods help produce confident and successful adults.
And whereas child abuse and neglect often occur when people find themselves in stressful situations without community resources and don't know how to cope. And whereas the majority of child abuse and neglect cases stem from situations and conditions that are preventable with the support of an engaged community. And whereas child abuse and neglect can be reduced by making sure that families have the support and access to services they need to raise their children in a healthy environment. And
Whereas child abuse and neglect not only directly harm children, but the trauma can also increase the likelihood of criminal behavior, substance abuse, health problems such as heart disease and obesity, and poor academic outcomes. And whereas effective prevention programs succeed because of partnerships among agencies, schools, faith communities, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim April 2026 to be Child Abuse Prevention Month in Deschutes County. And we urge all citizens to work together to make sure every family has the support they need to raise their children in a healthy environment. This proclamation dated this first day of April 2026 by the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners.
and I move approval of the
Oh,
proclamation.
that was quick. I was going to do it.
Well, I'm really quick.
I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote. Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you again so much for the work that you do every day in our community to protect our children.
We have a photo opportunity now.
So,
Okay.
Come on in. Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, ready? 3,
I know. It was really.
Yeah.
Well. Oh, yeah, it was. They knew better.
All right. We get to do another proclamation now. Item number 5 on our agenda is a proclamation relating to Fair Housing Month. Morgan, are you here to present for us? Thank you.
Good morning.
Great to see you, Chair Chang. Right there. I'm sorry, can you
A
hear me?
little closer.
Pull it a little closer.
My name is Morgan Greenwood. I'm the Government Affairs Director with Cascades East Association of Realtors. I'm very honored to be here today on the first day of Fair Housing Month. Thank you for considering a proclamation to support the Fair Housing Act. Feel particularly honored to follow representatives of 3 of the most tremendous organizations in the county, particularly because Fair Housing Act does indeed help support the elimination of one of those significant stressors that can contribute to child abuse. So this year we recognize the 58th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, a landmark law that affirms the fundamental principle that access to housing should be guided by equal opportunity for all. By prohibiting discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing, the Act helps ensure that more individuals and families have a fair chance to achieve stability and security through housing. Homeownership remains one of the most powerful pathways to financial stability, generational wealth, and strong and healthy communities. When people are able to put down roots, they invest in their neighborhoods, support local businesses, and contribute to a healthy and resilient local economy. On behalf of Cascades East Association of Realtors and our 2,200 members, I'm grateful for the Board of County Commissioners' commitment to these principles and for your ongoing efforts to support fair and equitable access to housing across our county.
Thank you.
Great. 1968, 58 years. So it's interesting. Racial segregation and housing discrimination, it doesn't feel like, that's something that's front of mind right now, but it's important, the diverse melting pot of the United States of America. If there's a past to this, let's let it go and invite anybody and everybody for housing opportunities here in Deschutes County.
Yeah. Dear, any questions or comments?
No, Morgan, I'm trying to get rid of a rule from 1963 about the limiting of the mental health beds to 16, but this is something good that, it happened in 68 and we're still going forward with it today. So it's nice to see you. Thanks for your new role.
Morgan, thank you for coming and representing Cascades East Association of Realtors to present this proclamation to us today. We do know that things like redlining are prohibited now. But can you describe to us some of the ways that discrimination might still be showing up in communities across the nation, in real estate transactions and development decisions and things like that, so that we can be vigilant about those things?
Absolutely. And I do just want to note that our communities east of the Cascades were too small to officially be subject to the official form of redlining to which you refer, Chair Chang. So the housing discrimination that has occurred in smaller or more rural communities tends to be a little bit more insidious, I would say, for lack of a better word. It would have much more to do with, for example, seeing a photograph of family members on a wall or on a mantle, and either making a biased decision based upon the ethnicity of the people in the photographs, other comments pertaining to whatever vehicle may have been in the garage during a home showing, much less overt forms of discrimination. I will note that fair housing stings do still occur, so it is crucial for folks that feel as though they have been discriminated against to continue to report that, so that can be monitored ongoing. But I would like to note that the state of Oregon is unique in that, as part of every realtor's continuing education, they do require an annual fair housing training. So it is something that we take very seriously in the state.
Great, thank you. Okay. Any further questions or comments? No. Well, I really appreciate the vigilance, because as the proclamation says, discrimination does still exist within housing in the United States, and it's really important for our community to be aware of that, and to do what we can to prevent it. So, okay, with that, this proclamation, there's, let's break it down by threes again. So Commissioner Adair, would you read the first three whereases, and Commissioner DeBonne the second?
Before the Board of Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, proclamation declaring April 2026 as Fair Housing Month. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas Deschutes County is committed to the mission and the intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. And
Whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas nearly 60 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists, and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination barriers to equal housing opportunity are contrary to a common sense of decency and fairness.
And whereas Deschutes County is an inclusive community committed to fair housing and promotes appropriate activities by private and public entities to provide and advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents of Deschutes County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners does hereby declare the month of April 2026 as Fair Housing Month.
Move approval.
oh gosh, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all the professionalism in the Realtors Association, and acknowledging the state's efforts and the national efforts to prevent discrimination. We all have history, and as I say, it's a generation. As time goes by, let's make it better every day.
And thanks to the Association of Realtors for its role in advocating for production of housing so that we have something to prevent discrimination around. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for being here today.
Right.
Photo opportunity.
Oh,
Oh, the vote.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
sorry. We need
Thank you, Kim.
so fast to move. So fast to move in. Okay. Calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you. Okay, now we can do a photo op.
We'll do right in front of them. All right, ready, 3, 2.
It's such a tragic thing. They really, oh, but 2 kids from here? Yeah. Thanks, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Right. Item number 6 on our agenda, presentation on the impacts of heavy cannabis use on mental health. And if I read my board packet correctly, this is specifically a presentation focused on heavy cannabis use among youth. Is that correct?
Correct. You guys all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good morning. I'm Shannon Bristol-August. I am the Behavioral Health Director. And yes, we're here to talk about cannabis. So I'll let our panelists, or our presenters rather, introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Ann Linton, psychiatrist at the Adult Outpatient Clinic. I'm both addiction and general psychiatry trained.
I'm Sam Murray. I'm a psychiatrist and the medical director for the county. Clinically, I work in our ESA program, which is the program for individuals experiencing a first episode of psychosis.
Good morning, Jessica Jacks. I am the Prevention and Health Promotion Program Manager.
So Jessica's going to start us off. We're going to talk about prevention. We're going to talk about use, and then we're going to finish with some burn funding updates, the fun part. So go ahead, Jess.
Great, thank you. We're going to start off with data, and I do need that. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That tool. To just ground us in this topic. And so this first slide that you're looking at is a data set from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. I call that for short NSDUH. This particular data set is looking at marijuana use in the past month. So that is an indicator of use that we regularly use. This particular set, as you can see, is from 2022-23, and the darker the state, the heavier the use. So Oregon, adults 18 and older are coming in at 24% in this slide. This next slide is the same data set, but looking at the ages of 12 to 17. And again, Oregon is one of the darker, higher rate use at 8%. I did want to note that while in terms of what we're seeing across the states that have legalized cannabis use, the adolescent rate has not necessarily seen an increase as that change has occurred, but we have seen statistically significant increases amongst 18 to 25-year-olds. Same data set, yes.
I'd be curious. So these two maps focus on a specific substance, cannabis. How does Oregon compare on other substances, use of other substances, to the other states? I mean, are we higher on everything, or are we specifically higher on cannabis?
That's a great question. I would want to cross-check my data sources, but that is my understanding in general, that, I want to look to be specific, and we do know that alcohol is the higher of those substances, but I'd want to look a little bit more closely to give you an accurate number, but in general, I'd say yes.
But Jessica, they're saying now that so many young people have quit drinking beer, the breweries are having a really hard time, but they're doing something else. So I believe now the statistic I've read in the Wall Street was 54% of Americans are no longer consuming alcohol, but they're doing drugs. So this last year is from 23, and I think this trend is probably taken off from 23.
Yeah, we do often see shifts in drug patterns as one becomes more difficult or easily accessed. Things do shift.
And within alcohol consumption, beer is waning compared to other forms of alcohol, much to the concern of our local brewing industry.
Well, they're actually dumping 1 million gallons of wine at a brewery in Oregon on the other side. In Southern Oregon, they're dumping 1 million gallons. That industry has been flooded too. So, with people not drinking as much wine.
This particular slide is the same, again, the same data set from NISDA, but it's looking at trends over time from 2002 to 2023. Again, looking at ages 12 to 17. And we can see that Oregon youth also has consistently a higher rate than the nation. We do see there's a gap. You'll see a break around 2020. That's when NISDA changed their methodology and their questions. So we don't know if that recent decline is a trend. We need some more data points to clarify that, but we are hopeful that we are experiencing a decline. Bring it a little closer to home. This is focused on Deschutes County data. It is a different data set. This comes from the 2024 Oregon Student Health Survey. It is from our 11th graders who participated in this data collection. And again, we can see higher rates of use amongst our county youth. Deschutes County is the yellow bar in the chart, and the state of Oregon is blue. But one thing that we are noting, because again, we can't look at trend data because this data set had a change in methodology as well. So we're not sure if we're seeing a trend over time in terms of declining, but we are seeing closing the gap between the state and Deschutes County. So we're again hopeful that we are in fact making some impact in this in our local data.
Can you define vaping for me? I mean, is that nicotine or because it could be different things?
Of
Nicotine and THC.
It's just the actual mechanism versus, so it could be nicotine, it could be cannabis.
Okay.
Is there anything else that people are vaping?
They vape just plain like cinnamon flavors,
Yeah.
So that's kind of those to get them off nicotine.
Oh,
There are-
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some new things they're buying like at convenience stores and things that are really, I know you'll probably be bringing that up in a few minutes. Yeah, like what's going on out there?
Just a brief touch base on prevention strategies and what works. When we were here 2 years ago, I shared this slide, and I'm only going to touch on it briefly in that when we are working toward changing behavior, if we're trying to prevent a particular habit or habit from forming, such as cannabis use, we have to look at it from a multi-strategy lens. We can't just do one thing. So our prevention efforts are always looking at our community, what are the risks and protective factors within our community, where can we bolster, where do we have resources to bolster efforts. So wanted to make that point. Some of the strategies that we are employing, you've seen and heard about Start the Conversation. This is focused on engaging parents in their conversations at home with their children, because we do know that parents are the #1 influence on whether their child uses marijuana, alcohol, or other drugs before the age of 21. Some other strategies that you've heard about around prevention education are our work with schools in terms of health teacher professional development on many substance misuse topics. Also efforts for parent workshops and efforts around ensuring that we have some practice changes, such as our alternatives to out-of-school suspension program called Upshift, in which we're reinforcing SBIRT training. I'm realizing I don't know the acronym off the top
I'm
of
about
my
full
head.
base is what I deduced, but I don't know after that.
Screening, brief intervention are and a T, so I apologize for that. And then as we can see in the numbers, our prevention efforts, I'm really excited to say that we have 19 of our schools in all 3 school districts that have adopted positive disciplinary model for substance-related violations. That's again our Upshift program. 13,643 Deschutes County students have been reached with substance use prevention education and services, and 54,000 families have been reached with that Start the Conversation media campaign. So this is really a lot of effort by our prevention team, very important work, and we're going to hear a little bit more about why it's important. I'll pass it off to Sam and Anne.
So Jessica, you did this presentation 2 years ago. Is that what you're saying, Sam, Doctor? Because I had county employees that came up to me and said, Patty, I had no idea what's really going on. So I'm sorry that it's taken 2 years, but I'm really happy that you're back here this morning. So thank you. I thought it was incredibly enlightening 2 years ago.
How do I do it? Oh, press that. Okay. So SPURT stands for Screening, Brief Intervention, and Referral to Treatment. Shannon just looked it up. So
There we
Thank you,
go.
Shannon.
She knew how to find it.
Oh.
Yep.
yeah, I'm Ann Linton, psychiatrist, addiction psychiatrist. Work a lot with our adult outpatient clinic, and we also have a new program called Cosmos, which is for dual diagnosed folks, and I help a lot with that. So anyways, a lot of this we talked about 2 years ago, but it's some review and some new information that both Dr. Murray and I will talk about. Basically, I just want to, the cannabis plant has 144 cannabinoids. Those are various chemicals, but really the only 2 that have been studied are THC and CBD. We like to differentiate those because they have different effects on the brain. THC is the most psychoactive component of cannabis. And THC has been used medically, but again, this is as a pharmaceutical agent called Sesamet or Marinol to treat cancer-associated anorexia and with AIDS and chemotherapy. It is psychoactive. The other is CBD. It is not psychoactive and has other mechanisms of action. And there are some medications out there to treat seizure disorders. Epidiolex is one of them in the US. And then in Canada, they have something called Sativex, which is 1-to-1 THC to CBD ratio. This is just pictures. I like pictures. To show you basically the difference between CBD and THC. Again, CBD is not psychoactive, not anxiolytic, can be used as an anticonvulsant, and is being studied for by the United NIH for therapeutic uses. THC is psychoactive and anxiogenic, which basically it causes anxiety. And then here is just some of the looking at the different psychiatric effects from both THC and CBD. Basically, as you can see in this chart, the main things they're looking at is psychosis symptoms, having a psychotic disorder, cognition, and anxiety. And basically, when you have cannabis with a low CBD content, high THC content, you have a higher risk of delusions and hallucinations. Psychotic disorders, which Dr. Murray will talk about, have an earlier age of onset. It affects memory, acute memory, as well as long-term memory, and it also causes anxiety. Whereas that with a high CBD content, low THC content, it has a lower risk of delusions, later onset of action of psychotic disorders, and lower risk of acute memory impairment. And then straight CBD has some possibly some antipsychotic effects, and as well, it can help reduce anxiety.
Is that what anxiolytic means? Is that what anxiolytic means?
Yeah, sorry, anxiolytic is causing anxiety. Or excuse me.
Or reducing anxiety.
Genic is causing anxiety. Thank you. Basically, there was a study done, and this is something that Patty, you were asking about. It's called Monitoring the Future Study, and it basically looks at all substance use over the years. The last time it's been published was in 2024 of 2023 data. And basically it looks at individuals 18 to 65 years and over the past 12 months, self-reported use of various substances. I'm commenting here primarily about cannabis, but I do believe in that study, we can find alcohol use as well. But basically, cannabis and hallucinogen use stayed at record highs in adults 19 to 30 and 35 to 50. And the thing we have seen really dropping is cigarette smoking. This is a chart looking at the percentage of THC and CBD. And these are cannabis samples that have been seized by the DEA between 1995 and 2022. What you can see is an enormous increase. The red is the THC content and the bottom line is the CBD content. The THC content has increased 308% and the CBD has basically stayed stable or decreased about 50%. So as you can see, and I can tell you too, this is just seized by the DEA. When I meet with patients who use cannabis, and I'm always trying to help them stop using it, we'll often pull up the apps from some of the local stores. And I'll say, what are you using right now? And look at the percentage. It's like 40 to 50% for flower and can be up to 90% THC in some of the dabs and the oils and such. So question comes up, is there any use of cannabis for psychiatric conditions? And there is no clear evidence for any use of cannabis to treat any psychiatric illness. There's the potential benefits of pure pharmaceutical CBD for some psychiatric conditions, but again, that's just being understudied. That's being studied right now. So how does cannabis affect, basically we'll talk about mood and anxiety. I've talked about it a bit already, but we do see that cannabis use can be associated with new onset mania, which is the highs of bipolar disorder, and worsening of manic symptoms in people who already have bipolar disorder. Acute intoxication can cause increased anxiety, including panic attacks. And then withdrawal from cannabis, this is the confusing part, can cause increased depression, suicidal ideation, increased anxiety, panic attacks, and insomnia. Many of our patients use cannabis to treat, they think they're treating these conditions when in all reality, it's so potent that they use it every day and they are going into withdrawal. And so it's hard to have, we have to have those discussions about like, you know, yeah, maybe once you started using it for anxiety, but do you see that now you are dependent on it and you're going into withdrawal so your anxiety is worse? So they take cannabis, they think it helps their anxiety. So this is all, you have to do a lot of motivational interviewing with folks to help them to see that, but it's really a problem. And the other thing is cannabis use disorder can also cause chronic mood changes that you see in depression. And here is Dr. Murray.
Yeah, I'm Sam Murray, psychiatrist for the ESA program. And I think, you know, relevant to this talk today, specifically that program treats young people, 12 to 30 years old, who have experienced a first episode of psychosis or who are at risk of developing schizophrenia. So in that line of work, cannabis is on the daily menu for me. Briefly, I'm going to describe a little bit about what schizophrenia is, because the connection I'm going to make is between cannabis and schizophrenia. So schizophrenia, I think for most psychiatrists would say it is the most severe mental illness a person can get. It is a permanent illness that changes the trajectory of a person's life. The impact of it is typically, or the first impacts are typically in a person's late teen to early 20s years. And it can, you know, change a person whose trajectory has been college, career, sports, trade school, whatever, and shift it to a track that ends in homelessness, in and out of hospitals, jails, higher risks of several medical conditions, higher risks of the consequences of untreated medical conditions, all of that. It is a debilitating illness. And the link between cannabis and schizophrenia, I'd say even 2 years ago when we spoke, was we were on, I'd say like there was still some questions. We were beyond that point now. The evidence is very clear that there is a direct, strong connection. The main paper or study that I want to talk about that's changed since the last time we were here is a study that came out of Canada, where they studied nearly 10 million people, and they followed them after emergency room visits that were there for any substance, with or without psychosis. They followed them for 14 years to see if they developed schizophrenia later. And for individuals in that study who were in the emergency department with a cannabis-related visit, who were not psychotic at the time, they had a significant increased risk of developing schizophrenia that was, let's see, that one was about 50 times more likely than an individual who was not there for a substance-related issue. And if somebody was in the emergency department for a cannabis-induced psychosis, it was 241 times more likely to develop schizophrenia in the next 3 years than someone from the general population. So that's roughly 1 in every 5 people who were in the emergency department for a cannabis-induced psychosis went on in the next 3 years to develop schizophrenia. In the general population, it's about 1 in 1,000.
And can you, I mean, the way that study was structured, can you attribute causality, or is that just is that a correlation?
It's a correlation. But with these numbers and the like statistical significance they were able to pull from it, I would say like the one thing that makes it a little bit dirty is there is a known genetic link for someone who's more likely to develop a cannabis use disorder is also independently more likely to develop schizophrenia. That's a small correlation between those two things. That makes sense.
Yeah, but it's at minimum a warning sign.
Yeah, a huge warning sign.
Yeah.
So in the ESA program, we get a lot of referrals for young folks, mid to late teens who've had, they're doing well in school or they're doing well in life in general, and they've had maybe like a couple of months where things kind of get rocky. They end up in the emergency department for a really acute, really intense episode of psychosis that's really frightening to the families or to the schools or to the the people in their community. And when they come in, this is what we spend a lot of the time in the program talking about, is helping them understand this connection, and then helping them understand clearly the risks if they choose to continue to use cannabis products. You can leave that aside for a minute. So some of the other things, I think I'd say like these are a little bit of summary of last time, but just kind of to re-hit some of these things, some of the other parts of cannabis that are important that contribute to the risk of schizophrenia is one is potency. And like Dr. Linton said, over the past, 10 to 15 years, as cannabis has been legalized in several states, the potency has increased to astronomical numbers, and it's a different substance or a different drug than it used to be 20, 25 years ago. And the higher the potency goes, the higher connection to the development of schizophrenia. So a person using a low potency product is less likely to develop schizophrenia than a person using a high potency product. And so a person who uses a high potency product is essentially 4 times more likely than a non-user or a low potency user to develop schizophrenia. Frequency also matters. It gets, there's a pretty good study from 2023 that says there's no difference between a monthly and a yearly user in the development of schizophrenia, but when you get to weekly or daily, there's a huge increased risk. A weekly user increases the risk of developing schizophrenia by about 35%, and a daily user by 75%. The population that this hits the hardest is young men, 16 to 20-year-olds. They're pretty consistent across multiple studies, multiple countries, that for some reason this is much more risky for men than women. There's studies, I think there's one from, this one was from Spain, that suggests that about 30% of their first episodes of psychosis would have been prevented or not happened if there was no cannabis use. And so why does all of this matter? Really, it's, you know, as a psychiatrist that primarily treats schizophrenia, for me, I see the impacts this has on the individuals that experience it, their families, their friends, the community at large. I think preventing or reducing the occurrence of schizophrenia in a community would be, you know, like great if we could do it. And this is one of the few things that is controllable to reduce the incidence of schizophrenia. Not much else is controllable, or not much else has the impact that this potentially has.
When I was in Deer Ridge last August with the superintendent, she had been in the profession for like 25 years, and she goes, of the inmates in Madras in Deer Ridge, I believe 650 of the 1,000 inmates were all mentally ill. And she goes, it wasn't that way when I started working, 25 years ago. And I said, I don't know. I guess I was guessing. And I said, marijuana, and they just keep making it stronger and stronger. And as what you're saying today, it's really going the wrong way.
Yeah. And I think that there's lots of reasons why individuals with mental illness are more likely to end up in prison than in treatment. And I think substance use, cannabis, methamphetamines play a large role in that, but also, the criminalization of behavior related to mental illness, the lack of beds, the lack of resources to treat people with severe and persistent mental illness, all of those things.
Well, you heard they did a couple of surveys. They haven't done one recently in our jail, but 93% of our inmates had either substance use disorder and or mental illness. And when I first said it at a county commissioners meeting in Salem, I said 80%, and they go, oh, no, that's not true. So the team went and evaluated everyone, and it was 92% one time, and I think 93% the other time. So, the community needs to hear this story.
I agree. All right, back to Dr. Lynn. Unless we got.
Nope.
Just real quick, some of the other things they're finding with cannabis use effects are medically related, that it can affect blood clotting and it can cause heart attacks and stroke. Just recently, the American Heart Association spoke about the risk of having a heart attack, that they looked at data, 4.6 million people, and they found that cannabis users age 50 and under were 6 times as likely to have a heart attack versus non-users. Now, they eliminated cardiac risk factors in this study. The other thing is there's an increased risk of stroke. There are people that have had strokes, young people, nothing in their medical history that would make you think they were at risk other than they were heavy cannabis users. The other thing, there was a case report just from this Cardiology Association, 23-year-old went to the emergency room with nausea. Routine testing showed that he had to have an emergent cardiac catheterization, and angioplasty and stenting of his heart due to that was the only thing they could find, was that he was using cannabis. Some of the other medical concerns are that cannabis is metabolized in the body via the liver, and there's all these enzymes. Basically, it can affect the metabolism of other medications that people are taking, like Coumadin, which is a blood thinner. It can cause those levels to be extra high. If people are on Coumadin for, say, heart attack or stroke, and they use a lot of cannabis, they could bleed out, because Coumadin high doses would cause you to bleed more. The other thing is there's, anti-seizure meds like Tegretol that it interacts with. So Dr. Murray and I were talking about that we can now we have an app that we look at where we want to look at drug interactions with our patients because they're on multiple meds. Put cannabis in there, and now it'll tell us some of the concerns. The other thing is smoking cannabis, the hydrocarbons can affect levels of antipsychotic medications like Clozaril, which is something that's quite effective to treat schizophrenia. And it can also, as we know, affect the sedative, of all other central nervous system sedatives like alcohol and benzodiazepines and other meds. So quickly, I'll just mention cannabis use disorder. Basically, I know we talked about this last time, and I think the main new thing on this slide is that cannabis use disorder, 22% of people who use cannabis develop cannabis use disorder. Basically, and what cannabis use disorder is an inability to stop, and I will go through the criteria on the next slide. But it's interesting that it's higher in youth and regular users, daily or weekly. The other thing is, when you look at alcohol use disorder of people that use alcohol, just to compare the two, it's about 12 to 15%. So it's much higher with cannabis. And I do believe that's due to the higher potency when you look at how it affects the brain and that reward system in the brain. And it also, as I said, can cause cognitive impairment, poor school work performance, and a lot of psychiatric comorbidity, which we've talked about, mood disorders and psychosis. And again, as Dr. Murray said, it's usually with prolonged use, weekly or daily use, and then the high potency. And basically, to make the criteria, this is how you define cannabis use disorder. It's a cluster of cognitive, behavioral, and physiological symptoms indicating the individual continues to use despite adverse consequences. That's kind of the quick summary from an addiction medicine perspective, is continued use in spite of adverse consequences. And as you can see, it's got the impaired control, risky use, social impairment, and both the pharmacological tolerance and withdrawal. You only have to have 2 of those criteria to be diagnosed with cannabis use disorder. So it's quite common. And then one of the other things is the psychiatric comorbidity. 2/3 of people with cannabis use disorder have other substance use disorder, most commonly alcohol or nicotine. Half have a current psychiatric disorder, major depression, PTSD, generalized anxiety disorder. There was a Danish study that looked at 6.7 million people with cannabis use disorder, and it showed a risk of unipolar depression and nominally higher bipolar disorder, but much more common with the psychotic form of bipolar disorder. They also looked at some VA studies where patients, the greatest increase in cannabis use disorder was among those with bipolar and psychotic disorder. Here's the problem: treatment of cannabis use disorder. There are few evidence-based supported approaches at this point. 50% achieve remission, 70% return to use. There are no FDA-approved medications to treat cannabis use disorder. Right now, it's a behavioral approach. They're looking at contingency management. They're looking at, there's the cognitive behavioral approach. There's like 12-step approach with Cannabis Anonymous. In terms of how we can help our patients get through it, oftentimes we'll prescribe other meds to help with the, the sleep problems, the anxiety. Gabapentin is something which is a medicine that's used for chronic pain and anxiety that can sometimes help decrease that. And I'll give that to folks to help get them off. But it's not like, alcohol use disorder we treat with, benzodiazepines when they're in withdrawal. Opiate use disorder we treat with Suboxone or methadone. But cannabis, we don't have that yet. They are looking at it. As I said, those 2 substances, Marinol, that we have available to help people that have chemotherapy nausea, that is a THC product, is a Schedule 1, which is, it can't be prescribed. It's very rarely prescribed, and there's no way we can get it covered by insurance to treat cannabis use disorder. But hopefully with the research they're doing, we'll eventually have medications that we can help people with. Now it's.
Before we go to funding, are there any questions?
Yeah.
I got one right here.
I know that's a lot of information, and
And somehow we booked this for April Fool's Day. I'm like,
I realize.
this is definitely what you're saying. The change in 2 years to me is incredibly significant. Your presentation reminds me of Dr. Will Berry, who was here before, and Dr. Berry used to say, "I can't believe I went to med school, and then every day I deal with marijuana." So yeah, I think it's only gotten worse. Thank you.
Right, Commissioner Chang had asked us to give an update on burn. Oh, sorry.
Just one thought. I mean, we're digesting this information. We got great professionals in the field, trying to advocate for this. I'm just thinking the action item from today, I wish there was more people hearing this. So maybe there's a little press release from the board or the commission or the Deschutes County. And, Jessica, this is your world, what can we do for the next little, hey, pay attention. This is interesting, because obviously it's a hot topic and there's a lot of advocacy and motivation for the marijuana industry. Burn funding is the funds that come from that. We're trying to close the loop. But I'm just thinking through what can we do to share this information?
Well,
We're doing prevention work every day. So,
but
I
I
mean-
think getting this out to parents is incredibly critical. I don't, as young as possible, I was hearing about backpacks full of marijuana at the junior highs from some people that were working there. I don't, there's serious issues.
But
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, simple, obviously we're doing this work all the time, but, a press release, by the board, just saying, please, study what was just presented to us on this topic, that kind of thing.
That's a nice idea. Thank you. And one thing that we can all do today is share our local resources. So sharedfuturecoalition.org has lots of information for parents on many topics, but cannabis as well. And so the more you can share that resource with your local, within your sphere, within your group of friends would be helpful as well. But I can circle back with you on press release.
Great.
The article I was reading not too long ago said, with alcohol, you can actually kill yourself. You can drink, you can get alcohol poisoning, and I don't know, drink excessively at one point in time and you can kill yourself. But with marijuana, the fact that this is also affecting your heart too, it's way more complicated than we could have ever imagined.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang had asked me to give burn updates in it after the end of this, just because it all ties together. So we'll go into that. So a little history, Burn Behavioral Health Resource Network, also known as Measure 110, began in 2020. In 2024, it shifted from a, go out and you'd have a charge from law enforcement and you could enter into treatment as part of diversion from that. This is more towards treatment now in 2024. It's a county-based approach with community provider networks, and the whole goal of it is to offer timely, accessible, and comprehensive care. In Deschutes County, that plays out for Deschutes County Health Services in a few ways. It's through our crisis services, our intensive youth services program, and then our intensive adult program, primarily with our host, our homeless outreach and community-based services. So this is funded through the Drug Treatment and Recovery Services Fund, which was created specifically for Measure 110, again, looking at addiction services or treatment, recovery, and harm reduction. It is, oddly enough, here's your April Fool's joke, reliant upon marijuana tax revenue. So as marijuana tax revenue goes down, then the funds to put back into our communities to treat the use also goes down. Our purpose in our local area for the behavioral health resources are for screening and treatment. We do assessments, peer support, and then that low barrier care through our host team. There are other entities within Burn, not just Deschutes County Health Services, and this is just an overview of how those kind of just a visual of how those services are rendered. Best Care, Boulder Care, obviously Deschutes County Health Services. We have 4D Recovery, which is new, targeting young adults and treatment, Ideal Options, and Rimrock Trails. Before the last increment, Healing Rains was also involved in this. So this is just an overview of how Deschutes County Health Services fits into the larger Burn compilation in our county. This is an overview of county-wide clients and encounters by quarter, going back from 2022 until July of 2025. So while we're facing burn reductions in terms of funding within Deschutes County Health Services, this gives you an overview of the services that are going beyond just Deschutes County. So the updates to us, we are looking at an overall of a 14% reduction in our budget. We started out, our original award was $6.6 million, and our updated award is $5.9 million. The total reduction in our overall services for the 14% is about $698,000, though we were already overspent in that budget. So what we're showing you is that we have an overall deficit based on this cut and the way we currently provide services over the next 4 years of about $871,000. There is an error on this slide. So it eliminates 2.6 FTE. We were able to find a 0.6 FTE for our crisis services through another mechanism. So it's truly out of burn funding 2.6. And then we'll continue to support 8.2 FTE once those reductions are done. The population that we serve out of burn funding is 64% Medicaid, 14% Medicare, and 22% indigent and self-pay. And I thought that was important because it speaks to our need to be out in the community and do that outreach for our underserved populations that aren't connected to insurance in any way. And these cuts are coming directly from our intensive intensive adult services. So we have minimum staffing requirements at our crisis stabilization centers. So we could not reduce burn funding from there at the same capacity that we could in other areas. So when we looked at how we're going to reduce, where do we pull from? It came from our intensive adult services, our host team. The other two positions are for intensive use services that run our drop-in centers. So if we cut those two positions, we wouldn't be able to run our drop-in centers. So the impacts to us are really out of our intensive adult services, and where we're going to see the major impact for that is in our La Pine community in terms of our homeless outreach. We had to make a hard decision there between Sisters and La Pine. Sisters does not have a clinic for anybody to go to, so we opted to keep Sisters outreach for our homeless outreach team specific to burn funding. And because La Pine has a clinic, we can support them differently. So that's going to be the biggest impact to us. This slide just shows you what our actuals were for providing care in 2025 and what our estimates are going to be. The substance use treatment is for qualified mental health associates, and then the other side is peer support. So we're looking at a 20% decrease in terms of substance use treatment, and we're looking at about a 34% decrease in terms of peer support and outreach into our community with these cuts. So, one thing that I didn't put on there is what do we do next? And Dr. Linton spoke about Cosmos. So what will happen is individuals within Deschutes County will be referred to outpatient services. We will see a big hit in terms of that non-traditional approach to care, meeting people where they're at in their community, in the homeless camps, and instead coming into services. On the positive side, we have established Cosmos Junior, which I had to write down the acronym, which is co-occurring substance use and mental health outpatient services. That is an intensive outpatient services for adults, which is Dr. Linton's program. And then we also started a pilot in January for young adults 0 to 17 age, so up to the age of 17. That provides 6 hours to 19 hours of treatment every single week for individuals enrolled in that program. So there's been substantial investments in terms of SUD treatment within the organization that we will be able to offset. Again, I think the biggest impact is that going out into those non-traditional approaches to care. And again, these cuts will directly impact our La Pine community.
So when you were asking about, what's our action items coming out of this or what's our call to action, I think one of the things that we need to be thinking about is advocacy for treatment and recovery funding. And, while burn has the what we've been able to do with burn, the outcomes of burn, I feel like are pretty good. I do think that burn being rooted in marijuana tax revenue is a problem. So I mean, not only could we be advocating for expanded treatment and recovery investment, but we could be advocating for figuring out a way to pay for that. That's something besides the tax revenue from sales of cannabis. So I think those are some of the action items that come out of the discussion today, the things that we can be doing for our community. And, the county as the community mental health program, the local mental health authority is in an important position to play that advocacy role.
I would really like your presentation to be made into a public service announcement. So I don't know if you can put it together, but it needs to be out there for our community. You normally, as you say, Jessica, we're usually at the top end of Oregon averages for our kids, and parents need to know this.
Say, and I support that too. So and as I say, we do this, but this could just be that extra little, kind of umbrella statement from the Board of Commissioners to say, please just study what was presented here, right? Because people need information, and this is information. Okay.
There are no further questions or comments. Thank you very much for this presentation today. Keeping these important concerns front and center for the Board of Commissioners and helping us think about what else we should be doing to address these issues in our community.
Thank you.
And I really think
Grace.
it's serious enough that it should come back in a year, because I'm sure there's going to be some more research out there that we're going to have some more information, Jessica. So, and Shannon, maybe we can bring it back sooner rather than 2 years.
Thank you.
Item number 7, first reading of ordinance number 2026-009, rezoning property at 19975 Destiny Court from exclusive farm use to multiple use agriculture.
All right, good morning. For the record, my name is Caroline House, and I'm a senior planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. And as Chair Chang just noted, I'm here for first reading of a ordinance to complete a remand review process associated with the plan amendment and zone change that the board previously approved in January of 2025. I have the ordinance obviously attached to the agenda submittal, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the decision document. And I did want to note there was a last minute exhibit added to the ordinance, Exhibit I. It had been in the record, but it wasn't listed as an attachment on my memo. So just want to acknowledge that. But it's the conditions of approval agreement that the applicant requested to be imposed as a condition of approval of the ordinance and the plan amendment zone change.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions before the motion? Nope. Well, in prior deliberations, I stated the reasons why I voted against this plan amendment and zone change. I'll just briefly restate that I do not believe that the evidence presented to demonstrate that this land is not suitable for the farm uses that appellants identified was not persuasive to me. Actions like trying to extinguish your water rights to prove that a piece of land is not farmable, I don't think are appropriate. I will also say that while I want Deschutes County to be able to does support cluster development. You know, if we're going to have low density rural residential development on the outskirts of our cities, it is important for us to be able to do cluster developments. Our code, our comprehensive plan, does not currently contain appropriate language to support those uses in that way. So working with the law that we have now, I do not think that what has been proposed is allowable. So, a great need for us to fix our code, our comp plan, and everything else in order to allow cluster development, but we're not there yet. With that, would you like to make a motion?
I'll move approval of first reading of ordinance number 2026-009 by title only for 19975 Destiny Court.
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes no. Thank you. Okay, so it's approval of first reading by title only. Before the Board of County Commissioners of Deschutes County, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan, to change the comprehensive plan map designation for certain property from agriculture to rural residential exception area, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map, to change the zone designation for certain certain property from exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural. Ordinance number 2026-009. Is that everything we should be doing at this point, Kim? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Carol.
I'll be back on April 15th for second reading.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
All right. Item number 8 on our agenda, the second reading of ordinance 2026-007, Tumalo RV Park text amendments.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Audrey Stewart, Associate Planner with Community Development. The item before you is second reading of Ordinance 2026-007. This is a draft ordinance approving an applicant-initiated text amendment, which would allow a new RV park as a conditional use in the Tumalo Commercial District, and it establishes siting standards for new RV parks in this zone. The proposed amendments do not change the standards for RV parks in any other zones. I was before you 2 weeks ago for a first reading, and there have not been any changes to the draft ordinance since then. Your packet includes a suggested motion, and I'm available for any questions from the board.
Are there any questions or comments? Just, re-emphasizing for anyone who has been tracking this that approval of this ordinance is not approval of an RV park. This is approval of allowing consideration as a conditional use within the Tumalo commercial zone of an RV park, which would be followed by a project-specific application if anyone wanted to actually develop an RV park. So with that, do we have a motion?
I'll move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2026-007 by title only.
And
I'm not seconding.
Okay.
So you can.
I can second that. Further discussion?
Just acknowledging that conditional use was already in this Tumalo Community Commercial District zoning chapter, and it has been edited. And this is, just like Commissioner Chang mentioned, this is not an application. This is the code underlying.
Yeah. Okay. If there's no further discussion, we'll call for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
No.
And chair will vote yes. Okay, we'll do our second reading. Before the Board of County Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 18 zoning ordinance to amend the development standards for recreational vehicle parks in the Tumalo Commercial District, ordinance number 2026-007. Okay. And
With that, I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2026-007.
and I will second that. Any further discussion? If not, calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
No.
and chair votes yes. Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey.
Okay. Making up a little time now. Item number 9 on our agenda, body worn camera, taser, and fleet camera grant opportunity. We got even more attendance than we were promised in our staff report.
Welcome, everyone.
Morning, Commissioners. For the record, Jeff Price, Business Manager at the Sheriff's Office, joined by Sheriff Ty Rupert. John Spring, he's our IT Manager. And also behind me is Liz Lopez, our Administrative Assistant, who's managing this grant. Just a little background and context is that beginning in FY27, we're planning for a major procurement purchase to replace our body worn cameras, our fleet cameras, and our tasers for our deputies. And we're currently at the end of life on our current products. And so we, entering into a decision point on which vendor to go forward with next. And so that's actually why I asked Mr. John Spring to join us today in case there's any technical questions about what are some of our current gaps, what are new capabilities, et cetera, that we're going after. But with such a significant, impact to the budget in coming years, we knew that there are grant opportunities that existed. So we wanted to start looking around for that. And so part of what I'll say today is an apology that this is a retroactive request to submit for a grant because we did submit for the grant just due to the time window that we had. So, today is more of a formality to make you all aware of it, but certainly if there's something you'd like us to pull back, please do let us know. And I think the sheriff wanted to just maybe offer a couple of comments and then we can, open up for any questions.
Morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I just wanted to offer the comments. What Jeff said, we apologize for coming in after the fact. When I became sheriff, I had met with several of the aides. One of them was from Senator Merkley's office. One of the questions that they asked was how could they better help us at the sheriff's house? And for me, it's financially trying to reduce the burden on our taxpayers when everybody else is already maxed out. And so they told me that there possibly would be grants coming available and that they would notify us of those grants, which they did. And like Jeff said, it was a very short time window that we got notified in the application deadline. So therefore, we're after the fact. I apologize for that. This body worn camera system is approaching $2.4 million. And so it is a significant cost to the taxpayers. And so applying for this grant is, and hopefully we'll obtain some sort of the grant or some part of the grant that will help reduce that burden on the taxpayers.
So this is there are many names for this, but this is a congressionally directed spending allocation request.
Correct. Yeah. There's many acronyms for it, but yeah, that's the overarching funding source. And then the COPS program is what the funding would be routed through, which is the community oriented policing services. So that's a program beneath it that the funding would actually route through.
Okay. And which members of Congress have you?
So we had to go through both Senators Jeff Merkley and Wyden's offices. So they're both aware of it and have forwarded with their approval, and then also went through Congresswoman Bynum's office as well.
Good to hit all the offices, and even though Congressman Vance doesn't do congressionally directed spending allocations, couldn't hurt to let him know that you've submitted this request.
Got it.
Oftentimes for these, we can also provide a letter of support. So from the board as well as it can help. So we could consider that as a board right now. if the board is in support of this application.
Well, just acknowledge, thanks for the partnership. This is going to be probably needed to be funded one way or another, right? So, I mean, this is something we need to do. Obviously, it's good to look for other dollars. It's all the people's dollars too. You were talking about the taxpayers' dollars. It's just the feds are going to send it back. So I see it like that. But also the big picture of the budget, right? So that's the value of talking about it here today, even if it's retroactively. And a grant, when a grant comes in, we also want to close the loop on the grant requirements for our annual consolidated financial report. So we have had in the past where somebody's like, oh, we're going to get a grant. And then if we don't close up the grant requirements, the whole organization gets a ding for that. So that's why we like to lay this out in front of us in a public meeting, make sure we're all on the same page and not taking risk or liability, just because that financial package just matters every year when we can get to the annual report about how we received money and did we follow up with our grant requirements. So just acknowledging how or why a board would want to see everybody asking for grants. Yeah, I don't mind writing a letter of support. I would, to be advocate for this. As I say, I kind of see it as, throw it into the pool because there's a lot of people asking for dollars also.
There are a lot of congressionally directed spending allocation requests in from the region to those members of Congress, and there's also just kind of open question whether as each new Congress gets elected, whether they're even going to do congressionally directed spending allocations anymore.
Right.
But it's always good to have your hat in the ring, so to speak.
So we do have signed letters in support from the board, right? So we did submit that as part of the application process. So
You already have a.
We already did this.
yes, we did.
I do not remember, but
So
okay.
Jeff, when are we going to find out if they've already come back with a sub review and said it's 1.75 million? So do you have a date then when you might know if
Go
you
ahead,
get this?
They haven't met yet. They just know that their funding has been limited. And so when they saw our original ask, they came back and asked if we would be willing to negotiate down that ask at all. And so we worked with them on that, but they will not be submitting their official asks. Their meeting will be scheduled in either June or July.
Okay, because I do believe the federal debt is now 39 trillion. We blew through 38, yeah. So yeah, we're at 39 trillion.
And we saw it as a good sign that they did come back and, they saw the initial request just because that's what the quote we got from the vendor. So we said, hey, here's what the financial burden is. And that we looked at it as a good, point that they came back and said, well, can we negotiate down and can you itemize, around 1.5 million? And so that 1.7 million that we landed on is actually all of the hardware. So that will cover the cost for the body worn cameras themselves, the tasers and the fleet cameras. And then the cost that we would incur would be, the data storage, the software costs, and then the year-over-year maintenance costs.
And if they were able to make this this allocation through the community-oriented policing program, does that program also offer kind of at the administrative level, at the departmental level, rather than through Congress? Do they offer grant opportunities that we could be responding to?
I'd have to look into it. I just know that the flow of the money starts at the congressionally directed spending level and flows through this program office. But I don't know if that COPS office itself also has funding or not.
If that, what makes these congressionally directed spending allocations different than historic earmarks is that, it's basically saying there are existing grant or granting programs from the federal government, and we are going to short circuit an allocation through that program instead of people having to apply for a grant to whatever federal agency it is that administers the community-oriented policing program. So if that's where money would, if that's the eligible place to ask for this money, then it'd be interesting to know whether they have grant programs as well.
Yeah, it's worth us looking into. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm really, actually, I think it's great that you cut your grant application back 25%. I think that's significant. And I'm really thankful that you were here this morning to hear the presentation from the doctors and what's really going on. I mean, isn't that incredible in the last 2 years? So thanks for being here.
Yes, ma'am. We, if I could add a little more on this, just real quick. The number that we landed on this contract at roughly 2.3, that was after several negotiations and also the team working with the vendor and identifying what our office really needs. There's a beginning point on this, and then there's a lot of a la carte that can be added to it. And as an office trying to be respectful of the taxpayers' money, we identified what we feel are the most important items for our office and not trying to add things that would have significantly increased this. I want to say almost approaching 2.9 million if we would have added everything on here. And so we looked at what best suited our office and keeping in mind of the cuts, because we too took a very large cut for the marijuana program this year from the state. And so we're trying to absorb that as well. So, but I just want to thank the team here because there's been many negotiations going back and forth with the vendor to try to reduce costs to lessen the impact to our taxpayers.
Thank you. So I did have one technology question. What happens to the old cameras and tasers?
We're not keeping the hardware. However, if there are other users of that particular vendor, we would wipe it and offer it to them if they needed it. We are getting some evergreen costs back from the new vendor for support that we have otherwise paid that have overlap. So we are getting some of that money back. And then for the digital video evidence itself, we're actually getting that converted and moved to the new platform so we don't lose it.
So this project is going to be a go either way if we get outside resources or not, correct?
Right.
It's going to be a big
build
hit.
this into our budget.
Yep.
It's a necessity because
Yep.
we're coming to end the life of the current product. The new product is much more user friendly. Not only with us, there's features of it as a sheriff that it offers a level of transparency that I like. The current system, for instance, if a deputy's on a traffic stop and another deputy or trooper shows up to cover and they want to have a conversation, they actually have to turn the camera off, which if something were to happen during that time frame, the public is going to look at that and want to know what happened while the camera was off. And as a sheriff trying to be transparent, I don't like that. The new system has a mute button, and so they can simply push the mute button so you don't hear a conversation, but the camera continues to record so we don't lose that transparency. So there are advantages. There's user advantages. The current evidence system we went to recently, evidence.com, is an Axon-based product, and it's already shown that it's much more user-friendly, not only with us, but also sharing information with the DA's office or other agencies around Central Oregon that are also using the same evidence-based system.
But I know 5 years is a long time in the IT world. So a next generation of a system that was kind of coming online just 5 and 10 years ago will be exponentially more user-friendly and manageable, I guess, is the value.
Good. Right.
Okay, thank you.
So no need for another letter. And we need to actually have a motion.
I'll make the motion to authorize a grant actually, the grant's been authorized. So to approve the authorized grant application from the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office for 2027 congressionally directed spending.
And I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good
Thank
to see you.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Another grant discussion. Item number 10, Central Oregon Health Information Exchange Grant.
Nobody waited around to hear about this great presentation. I don't know what's going on.
Equally surprised.
Yeah, there you go.
Shocking, isn't it? Shocking.
Right. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. I'm Cheryl Smallman. I'm the Administrative Services Deputy Director for Health Services, and I'm joined today by...
Yeah, I'm Zach Neiman, Information Security Manager for IT.
All right, we are here to seek approval to apply for, and if awarded, accept a Central Oregon Health Information Exchange Grant in the amount of $70,000. We would use this grant to move about 21,000 client records that are in a legacy database that's at risk for continued access. And we would move those client records into our Epic Ocean electronic health record system. The majority of the grant amount, about $27,000, will go to hire a contractor that will use robotic processing automation into a PDF-ready document for migration. It will require some amount of time of data hosting until we transition all of those records into the Epic Ocean system. So that data hosting amount we're estimating at just over $20,000. And then a total of about $16,000 we anticipate to go to staff time split between the IT department as well as health services staff to help with contractor implementation, migration, as well as AI assistant bots to help with some of that record information, filling out particular requests, etc. It does allow for 10% indirect costs that we intend to apply into the grant application, which will help with general overhead costs. Is there anything specific you would like to add about the project, Zach?
No, I think that's a great overview. If you have any technical questions from the board, I'm happy to answer.
So it sounds like this grant's kind of out there for this purpose. And is there other agencies in this same spot? Other counties or health? Is there a group of people doing this at this time outside of Deschutes County?
Bring the legacy data into, I'm not aware of any, but I'm sure that we're all in similar situations with these legacy systems.
Yeah. And I can answer that. The BH Profiler app that was designed was pre-Epic. So it was before we went to our electronic health records platform we have now. It was built and hosted internally, and it still exists and functional, houses the data as a repository. Nothing's currently being added into it, but anytime records are sought from that database, it's a process in that it's old and legacy, no longer supported. And so this would really facilitate the transition from that old legacy storage into something that we actually use day to day now in our electronic health records.
So it's a Deschutes County unique situation. Yeah, I was wondering if other counties or cities are.
With the profiler specific data.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
I'm not tracking what the actual fund source that we're applying for grants from is. There's a mention in this memo of the Health Information Exchange partnering with the Central Oregon Health Quality Alliance. But who would be making the grant?
The Central or COHIE is a nonprofit that is putting out these funds to provide a variety of data transition, migration, usability. It's pretty general
And
in terms of how to use the grant.
And where does the money come from? Or
COHIE's source of funds. Not sure, but I can look into it and see if I can understand.
Curious about, I've never, you don't hear about the Central Oregon Health Information Exchange as a regular granting source in our community. So,
get back to you later today.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or?
Well, I'm sure we've done it before. We just got to convert, a set of data to something else, to upgrade, brand transfers, all these things. But I just have a vision. It's better than taking a whole room of paper files and having to digitize them, right? So we're getting to a new age where we're transitioning big data instead of paper to data.
And the robot is not taking physical paper and scanning it into PDFs. It's converting digital information to another form of digital information so that it can be integrated into this other system. Okay. And there's somewhere in the process, there's human quality control, quality assurance, just to make sure that these processes are catching everything and doing everything right.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. That's part of the staff time that's budgeted in here is we'll be hosting, managing security on that and managing quality assurance. All of that data will be housed internally, reviewed before it's shipped off to a repository where it can be leveraged and utilized into the new EHR platform.
the foundation does have an average address on 3rd Street in Bend.
Yeah. Right.
But there's not much gas. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we can, you can get back to me on that. Okay, any further questions, or do we have a motion?
I'll move to authorize applying for and accepting, if awarded, a Central Oregon Health Information Exchange grant for the purposes discussed.
Second the motion.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair? And chair votes yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I am curious about this, this motion, authorize application and accept if awarded. I mean, have we done that in the past? Okay. Okay. It'd be very nice for you not to have to come back.
Let's hope you get awarded
Thank you.
for those 21,000 records.
Thanks.
Okay. So I inquired about whether we could do our new item, the request from COCC for a letter supporting its proposal for capital funding from the Oregon Higher Education Coordinating Commission. We were checking to see whether any of the people involved wanted to be here for this item. I'd just like to get this done now because I have a firm drop dead, have to get to another commitment at 1:20. So I just wanted to not have this at the end of our EDCO presentation. But Brenda or Nick, do you? Great. Okay. And, on the email thread, Jen Patterson was in the loop. Is she representing this letter, or can we just take a look at it ourselves?
Yes, commissioners, you can certainly just take a look at it yourselves. And the language is largely in the staff memorandum before you that Zach had submitted for the board's consideration. Jen has been out of the office the last couple of days, just back today, and she's jumping in on another priority project at this time. The agenda item does summarize COCC's request, which is a proposal for capital funding from the Oregon Higher Education Coordinating Commission. And so COCC is asking that the Board of Commissioners issue a letter supporting their request for this funding. And then the goal is to update and modernize key buildings at their campuses, both in Bend and in Redmond. And then they also reference advancing projects that directly address critical infrastructure needs for buildings, which directly support the CTE and STEM programs and disciplines. So this is for the board's consideration. If the board is supportive, then I will coordinate with Jen to prepare that letter for your signatures and approval, or for your approval today,
Yeah.
but for your signatures.
It's not in letter form, but that's the content.
And it's due tomorrow. I think
Okay.
that was the other key, is that it was a very tight timeline.
Yeah, and the email that from Zach that Nick forwarded to us had the draft language for the letter included. So I mean, we had a chance to, or we can now look at the exact language right now if we want.
Well, I'm supportive. It's exciting. The history of our community college is strong. A lot of education over the years there. So I'd be supportive of a letter. So I don't know that I'm going to critique what he provided. We just need to see it in a letter format and go from there.
Yeah, COCC's role in advancing CTE and STEM type programs and careers in our community is, it is so important and it is so valuable. I'm happy to support this letter with this draft language.
And so am I.
Okay.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Oh, a second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
So just acknowledging a letter will be provided, but we support the content as provided, and maybe, we, nothing to edit right now, but we'll get to a final version and sign it
Well, it needs to be
today.
done. What?
Yeah, pretty quick.
Yeah.
We can do it when we reconvene in an hour and a half,
Oh,
if it could be put together. Sorry.
if we feel pretty good about the language in this email, then it can just be a cut and paste job. Thank you. Okay. So, okay, we did move it now. So even though we're going to sign the letter later, well, we can finish that vote right now. Okay. So calling for the vote, Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
Commissioner Adair.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Okay. With that, you're scheduled to recess until the afternoon, when EDCO will come back with an annual update at 12:30. But I'm also just thinking, do we want to do any other items right now? Just so again, if I have a hard stop at 1:20, I wouldn't want to miss that.
I have a couple other items that I could bring up. The Rascal Rodeo is actually this Saturday. It's from 10 to 11, and it's an amazing program that we actually contributed to a year ago. They had Deschutes County on their T-shirts. Amazing for kids to come in and participate with horses, ride horses. It's for children that need the special love and attention that Rascal Rodeos provides. And then, can you talk at all about Munchkin Manor or not? Is that a public comment that you can make?
Oh, certainly. I certainly can. We understand that Munchkin Manor, our child care provider on campus, they are closing their operations at the end of this fiscal year. They've given us that notice some time ago. As the operator is planning to change, we are in the process of working with staff, and as I mentioned, Jen Patterson is working on other priorities. That's the priority she's working on right now, to coordinate very closely with Neighbor Impact. Neighbor Impact has a program that they I don't know all the details, but they train, they authorize, they recommend various operators for childcare services. So we're working with them, and they have a couple of operators that they're recommending. So we're going to be coordinating very closely over the next couple of weeks with them to identify an operator for Munchkin Manor. And the key is we want to provide as much stability and certainty and security to our employees, to the community, to the staff as possible, that will continue to operate. And we're committed to continuing to operate that space, which will likely be a new name, after the start of the fiscal year. So for any county employees that are listening, in particular, or any other community members that have their children enrolled there, that we're committed to continuing operations, and we're prioritizing that effort right now.
What are you going to say anything about the fact that the 1 to 3-year-old program was facing rather significant issues?
Well, you've shared that with me. I haven't received that. I didn't receive any of those communications directly. I know commissioners have, and you've shared those with me. So I would defer to you to any of those.
No, I just,
but I understand.
sooner that we,
Yeah.
I mean, people have got to know where they can safely have their youngsters taken care of. So thank you for stepping on that faster.
And the infant room apparently has been closed since August. So we are facing kind of an urgent situation right now. These closures are because staff are leaving, and staff are leaving because they are feeling uncertainty. So just two more things I would say about this. Number one, when I had asked property management, if they knew how many county employees actually were utilizing Munchkin Manor for their children, they said they didn't, that the operator didn't collect that data, and they could guesstimate, but really it would be what they committed to was kind of collecting that information in the future. When writing that into a new contract. But just anecdotally from the county employees who've contacted us, I can say that it sounds like a lot of there are a lot of county employee kids in Munchkin Manor depending upon that service to be able to show up for work and and do the work of Deschutes County. So I would encourage us beyond beyond making the RFP or, identification of a new operator process as fast as possible. I would encourage us to think about what we can do to offer predictability or stability to the current staff at Munchkin Manor. So that they don't get so anxious that they're jumping ship and looking for another job and leading to the closure of other parts of Munchkin Manor before the new operators identified. So I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I'd just like to kind of raise that with my fellow commissioners if there's things that we can do beyond this RFP process to provide some
We're not doing
stability.
an RFP now because it's a lease, so we do not have to do that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
So
done faster though.
yeah, but we're identifying another operator, but if that's going to take a little while, if there are things that we can do to basically provide a little predictability and reassurance to the staff at Munchkin Manor, then again, I don't know what that looks like, but I would like to ask staff to investigate that if that is supported by the board.
Well, yeah, Nick's all ready to go on, it looks like, so that's
Yes.
fine.
Yep.
I know I offered to keep Maddie. She's 19 months old in my office. I thought she could really make a fabulous. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun?
So your little helper.
Intern?
Yes. Yes, my newest, youngest intern.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Nick.
I mean, seriously, when you don't have childcare and you have a responsibility and you've got a public hearing coming up, we've got to get something done, PDQ. So thank you, Nick.
Okay. Any more other items? Seeing none, we will reconvene at 12:30 with an update from EDCO. Thank you.
And that's because
Right, we are reconvening our April 1st, 2026 Board of County Commissioners meeting for Deschutes County. Item number 11 on our agenda is an annual update from Economic Development for Central Oregon EDCO. Please come on up and join us.
Welcome, everyone. More chairs. I think we're going to get a little introduction here.
Yeah.
So
I'll keep it brief. Hi, Commissioners. Laura Skundrick, Management Analyst. So we have with us here today Economic Development of Central Oregon, or EDCO, to provide their annual program updates to the board. In the current fiscal year, EDCO was allocated a total of $309,951 in video lottery funds to support operations, local program capacity, and the Venture Catalyst program, which they will discuss today. And during the board's recent video lottery allocation process for next fiscal year, you allocated $324,517 in video lottery funds, pending the adoption of the budget in June. So with that, I will hand it over to John, CEO of EDCO.
great. Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon. Hopefully everyone got a nice full lunch today and we can keep you awake for the next hour and a half
there you
while
go.
you digest it. Thanks for the opportunity to be before you today and provide you with an annual update. With me, I brought the team, which all of you know well. They've got about 3 to 5 minutes, an update toward the end of my PowerPoint here to provide a lens from their community. And lots of you sit on boards of directors or advisory boards for us in these communities. So this is a summary of year-to-date activity through December 31st. We just finished the quarter yesterday, so we're compiling that data. And if we had done this a couple of weeks from now, we would have been looking through the third quarter. But what I've got for you today is, go ahead, next slide. I'll call those out as we go. I've got an update for you today on the economy, a little bit what's going on with our team here that's before you, because you probably see a new face up here, and I'll talk more about that. And then additionally, we'll talk about our strategic plan and some of the outcomes year to date that we've received. And then I have a summary, a brief slide on what we did over the last 3 years as part of the wrapping up of the 3-year strategic plan ahead of the new one. So
You can put your own slides with the keyboard there. If you
oh, great.
down
I
and
can
go
do
with
that.
Just
Perfect. Thank you,
the
Commissioner.
key probably, yeah.
Again, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the team here. This is the regional office team, and we do have a new face in the top right-hand corner, Wendy Morgan, who's with us to my left. She is the new venture catalyst because Brian is going to do something very unique in another country to do this type of work to support another country. And so he may share a little bit about that when it's his turn to talk. But Wendy is with us today. She comes to us from Oregon State University, where she worked with their Advantage Accelerator program, and she's done a lot of this mentoring work for the last few years. So super excited. And then also with the local office staff, which many of you know, we've got people here today as well, although you don't see Don Mile. Why? Because Don Mile is retired as of yesterday. So we have an open position there. Don's still around. He's helping us with a few things in transition. We hope to have that position filled in the next couple of weeks. And so
The tour planned, and he said he wants to come back for that too.
yes, in fact, he and I are talking this afternoon, so his retirement lasted exactly 20 hours about that. So we'll be working on more of that specific to that company. So that's our team across the region, and we're super excited for what's ahead for us with some new leadership on the team as well. Moving on, before you in a draft document is a draft one-pager, it's 1 page, 2-sided, of our strategic plan. Many of you were a part of that strategic planning process. We hired Eco Northwest to help us through that effort. We had community meetings so that we could take local plans and roll them up into a regional plan, which is before you, with 4 specific goals and 2 to 3 action items per goal. Goal 1 being champion the business growth and industry diversification. Goal 2, fostering a thriving ecosystem specific to innovation and our innovation economy. 3 being address the advocacy work that we do in terms of business growth
and enhance organizational stability and sustainability. And so those are the three main goals of the strategic plan. Some of you have seen this as part of the EDCO Regional Board and its adoption. And then on the next slide, I get to advance that myself, is the 5 key industries that we're focused on for Move, Start, and Grow. And those include scientific, as well as high technology, advanced manufacturing, lifestyle products, and the management of companies or administrative centers. And so those haven't changed across the strategic plan. We just see opportunities within those target industries for more growth over one category, for instance, bioscience and scientific, whereby a little slower growth in some other areas. I have a slide later on that depicts what our pipeline looks like across these industries. But I thought it would be important to share on the lower left-hand side is the results of the 3-year strategic planning strategy that we had 22-23 fiscal year through 24-5. And that is that this organization helped catalyze 750 jobs across the region, $200 million in capital investment, and a sizable amount of equity raised over that time. And so we're anticipating a strong next 3 years. And I think we've set some goals that are just slightly above that. You wouldn't think that knowing what we're seeing nationally. But we've had a lot of projects have been in our pipeline for a period of time that are now coming to fruition. And they're going vertical today. So moving on, as you know, we're a public-private partnership. Our funds, $2.2 million budget that was just revised at the last board meeting. Commissioner Adair was part of that. She's aware of the structure of that. 37% of our income comes from the private sector, and then the public sector is 35% through contracts like we have with Deschutes County. Earned revenue is our event activity, and then we have a small portion that comes from grants and interest income and some rent for the office that we charge. We continue to work on the membership side. Those are some of the new members on the right-hand side of this slide. And so we have some membership targets that are rather robust. Again, this is data through Q2 of the fiscal year ending December 31st. So that's our capital raise so far. We usually see more income come in that space in Q3 and 4, and that's why you have a fairly modest amount of funds into that program in the first 2 quarters. Moving on, this was our budget request that all of you have seen, and it's gone through a due diligence process with you. I want to make sure and recognize the fact that you all have said that we'd like to put a little more money in than your request, and I want to thank you for your continued support and commitment, and that lottery fund dollars are going to good use with EDCO. I think you added across all programs around $5,000, and that allows us to do just a little more. And I will say that revenue in this space is harder and harder to come by. And so we sincerely appreciate you reaching deeper into those pockets. We know there's competition for those funds, and we hope that with some of these slides, you feel like there's good use of those funds coming out with good and solid outcomes in our work. I'm going to do a couple of slides on the economy here. This is GDP growth over the last 6 years. So it's indexed to 2019. This is regional growth. Deschutes County's running at about 25% GDP growth over that period of time. That's 2.5 times the state. That's not a bad place to be. And with our projections going into the next 3 years, we're feeling pretty good about a continuation of that. I'm not saying that we can speak beyond our sector, being the traded sector, but that traded sector growth helps feed the other sectors as well, as you well know. I will say Cook County's not doing too bad a job with their GDP growth. They're at 70% over that same period. They didn't lose any GDP, and the only community that didn't during the pandemic. But they've continued to accelerate at a pretty rapid pace. They've been number 1 in the state in GDP growth, and there's no surprise their investments in technology, how that helped propel other industries in the community. And so Deschutes County's in a pretty healthy place, and I think you'll hear from our directors here some really cool projects that are coming, what they're seeing from their lens as opportunity. Continue on, area employment growth continues to be an upward trajectory, but not at the pace that it was last year or the years prior. As you can see, the state's kind of flatlined in this space. So we're carrying a lot of the growth here in terms of employment growth. To unpack that a little bit further, the industries we saw growth in. So the light green line was 3.4. The dark green line bar in this case is 4.5. And so those industries that were adding jobs at a rapid pace in 23, 24 aren't adding them as rapid as a pace they were. Manufacturing is still very healthy. Trade, transportation, and utilities have taken a slight decline year over year, but still there's healthy growth. One of the things we'd like to do is change the healthcare and private industry are at the very top. We'd like to see more traded sector opportunities in that space, starting to inch towards the top of that. And as you know, governments has some continued growth as well. And then on the unemployment side, I wrote an article for the annual forecast for CBN. In that article, we talked about 6% being a healthy unemployment rate within an economy. That comes from 20 years staffing experience. We've got a couple of people with that experience here as well. What does that mean? 6% unemployment means there's enough jobs for the people looking that want to work and get to work. And there's enough jobs for there's enough people for the folks that are looking for people. When we're around 3%, it's hard to find top talent. That allows us to accelerate an economic opportunity. And so while we're not there yet in terms of Deschutes County, the other communities are. And as you've heard, these numbers are starting to go up almost a full percentage point year over year. And so we've got a little room before we hit 6%. Hopefully we don't get there. But if we do get to 6%, that's a much more balanced approach for our employers. And they can hire top talent, allowing to accelerate and take advantage of opportunities that are before them. So let's get into some EDCO data here. So this is event attendance through December 31st. And we're tracking about, half the year at that point. We'd already had the Ben Venture Conference. We were just shy of our total goal there. I can report that the annual luncheon equaled exactly what we set out to do. We sold out that luncheon at 753 people, even though this is reporting through December 31st. That luncheon happened in February, but we're on track with our event attendance. Why we have event attendance? Because that means folks are paying attention to our economy, they're invested in the work of EDCO, and they want to see better outcomes for our efforts. I'm going to move into some Move, Start, Grow activity. This is what feeds our pipeline. The first couple quarters were a little quiet in terms of lead generation, particularly around the digital lead campaign. We just added some investment in there. I'm sure we'll see some better results coming out of third and fourth quarter in that space. Organic leads are still pretty healthy. This is what feeds our pipeline. When a company is looking to come to Central Oregon, there's the ones that we cast out to pull in, and then there's the folks that we receive that come through our network, our website, and through other sources in terms of the relationships that we have. Business Oregon leads were a little quiet in the first year. We've had a pretty good run on that in the last quarter, and so those numbers will go up as well. And these are Business Oregon leads that come into us for us to respond to. This is not total Business Oregon leads. These are ones that we respond to. Sometimes they have to have rail, and we only have a few sites that allow for rail. Sometimes they have to be on the I-5 corridor, and we obviously are not on the I-5 corridor. So in terms of the leads, we respond to the ones that we know we have an asset that we can promote, and that we have a site that fits their needs. Sometimes their needs are outside of it on a site perspective as well. And then the start category, this is activity leading to our pipeline and start. Specifically, this is the work of the Venture Catalyst. Cumulative coaching sessions at the bottom left. At the top is active portfolio companies. There's actually some new metrics that came out with the adoption of the strategic plan. Our target goal under the new strategic plan is 80 companies in the portfolio. Right now, we're running well over 100. So startup activity is robust these days. Investors engaged, we're meeting our goals in that space. And again, on those coaching sessions, this was halfway through the year, about halfway to the goal. And we will see results come in that space. And then again, I might be remiss if I didn't mention the Ben Venture Conference. It happens each October. We had nearly 400 people attend that conference. We deployed $278,000 through the venture fund. We also deployed in grant capital $25,000 to 2 companies. 2 of the companies that were winners were Central Oregon companies. 8 total companies receiving awards. There's pictures of checks being handed to those folks and the companies that receive them. 75 total companies applied for that. So still a robust, solid angel conference that's now really the beauty of a larger effort called the High Desert Innovation Week. Moving on, some of you have heard about the Central Oregon Innovation Hub. There are 10 hubs. This is a Business Oregon project that's under the Oregon Innovation Plan. They deployed capital into communities. Last year, OSU Cascades was the lead agency, and through some transition, we were asked to take over as lead agency. So EDCO is now the leader of the Oregon Innovation Hub for Central Oregon. That's our logo on the left. The primary goals of that is to optimize the ecosystem, identify gaps, broaden the entrepreneurship programming to better serve entrepreneurs, reduce layers, but add resources, and then find sustainable funding for it after the Business Oregon funding is no longer available. Again, there's 10 hubs across the region. Our ecosystem that we stitched together is listed on the right-hand side. Many of you know some of those folks like BOW, Cultivate Bend, Central Oregon SCORE, and others that are listed up there. And the idea again is to bring those folks together in a newly formed group called the ERN, Entrepreneur Resource Network. And together we are going to change the landscape and better outcomes for our entrepreneurs. And so we're super excited. We hired Rula Hansen, former CEO of Onboard Dynamics, to be our innovation and entrepreneurship director under that effort. So she's working every day to stitch together that ecosystem for those entrepreneurs. Let's talk a little bit about the growth side of things. So these are outreach visits through the first half of the year. These are meetings with traded sector companies trying to identify projects and remove barriers for growth. And then assists and referrals through the first half of the year. The goals on the bottom again in orange, the activities on the above. This also helps feed the pipeline that becomes future growth projects. And so what do those future grow projects, move projects, and start projects look like? On the left-hand side, you can see by community projects, we have 188 active projects as of the end of Q2, December 31st. Most of the startup activity is happening in the Bend area. A lot of the move activity, especially by jobs, is happening in the Redmond area. And then Jefferson County and Crook are carrying that on the capital investment side. But there's some tremendous capital investment opportunity in our programs across the region, and certainly some job activity that's happening in our smaller communities as well. Everybody contributes, the region wins, and this pipeline is representative of what we'll see likely hit the ground over the next 3 years. And so it's our job to execute on that work to make it a reality. So what does the pipeline look like across our industry sectors? This is a slide I mentioned earlier that depict where those leads are coming from. So this is by number, so the 188 companies that are part of our pipeline. This is the industry spread for that, largely carried by lifestyle products, but also a number of opportunities in the high technology area and advanced manufacturing. Advanced manufacturing includes aviation, aerospace, and building products and other metallurgy. So just a little bit more picture where scientific is bioscience, nutraceutical, and medical device. The little gray bar is the administrative centers and headquarter operations. And so while a smaller set of activity, it's always been, because we don't do a lot of activity in that space. Oftentimes it's consolidation, expansion of the company into new markets that makes the Central Oregon location a headquarters. Moving on, this is done deals through the, again, December 31st, cumulative quarter by quarter. So we're not trending at halfway point yet, but we have a whole bunch of projects that are going vertical, one of which is in Redmond. You've heard about the Amazon project. That's a move project. They're going vertical. They'll open any day, but they just didn't finish in the first half of the year. Nosler's another good example of that in Redmond. And then there's some projects, for instance, Saran Bioscience and others in some of the communities you'll hear about that go north and south of us here in Bend. And then the jobs, we're trending really well on that in terms of our jobs goal for the year. And capital investments a little bit slower in that space. Again, I think you'll see some of that capital investment pick up with some of the projects that I mentioned in Q3 and Q4. And on the start side of things, this is new ventures started. We're trending really well. A lot of activity and start. And then jobs created, we're over halfway point in terms of goals in that space. Some of the companies on the right-hand side here that are within that done deals chart. And on the growth side of things, again, a few things are moving a little bit slower than anticipated in terms of number of projects. The projects we've had have had some decent jobs to them. Again, a number of things going vertical right now that just haven't finished. Construction projects are taking longer. It's taking longer from the point they say go in some communities to obtain permits, in others, the construction timelines to build, order availability and timing relative to asphalt. And when we can pour parking lots, for instance. So we are seeing some activity here, but we've got some things going vertical in the space that will hit the done deals in Qs 3 and 4. And then some of the table setting work, I'll be brief in this space. As you know, we're involved in aviation aerospace, particularly around commercial air service development. We meet every year 1 to 2 times with our airlines to champion new service. We're working on several new destinations. We'd like to get DFW back. We lost that as a seasonal service, but we got Portland back since the last time on a regular, plus we added a flight. And we're seeing additional service into Seattle and Phoenix these days. And so some of the things we lost with Breeze is being, with Avelo is being picked up by Breeze, and we think we'll see some additional routes service into some of those communities that we lost. Las Vegas, for example. We're also very involved in work with a land use think tank that's forward thinking about some legislative concepts that might improve the UAR usage across the state. UAR, Urban Area Reserves, 13 communities use that across the state. We think it's a vehicle for long range planning, and we think there's some opportunity for some correction within the statutes and the rules that govern it. And so this land use think tank has come together with some potential legislative concepts. More will be revealed with that as we work forward into the next legislative session. The short session was not the place to put this forth. And while there were some land use pieces that were discussed, we knew that the legislative session was really focused on broader both economic development and funding or revenue related goals. And so it wasn't the place or the time to present that, and we're looking at that for the future session. And then also we're very involved in troubleshooting through issues. This wasn't in Deschutes County, but affected Deschutes County because some of the employees for Endura Products and Owens Corning, when it closed, were living in Deschutes County. We built an action plan with our group, the Business Response Network, and we went out and held a job fair, and then later we were able to find a company to occupy that space in Lexington. And so better than half of the jobs that dispersed either went to other companies with that job fair or they got rehired by Lexington. So even though it didn't happen in this county, there are many workers that are in this county that were affected by that. We don't use your funds for advocacy. We use unrestricted funds from membership, but we're very involved in the legislative session. Commissioner DeBone was part of our legislative committee. He knows what our activity was. We were championing a number of different activities around industrial site readiness, incentives, R&D tax credits. We got involved in a number of things related to energy, and then workforce development with the Prosperity 10,000 bill. And then career and technical education, we're working on some workforce solutions for one of those 5 industries right now to build some programming for their growth in our region over the next 5 years. And then finally, accolades. Many of you know the Milken Institute rated us again #4. We held that spot for a while. We've been #1 for a while, and then they added housing affordability. We kind of crept on the list. But then all of the other communities also had some housing affordability challenges, and so we started to climb that ladder again. And some of that has to do with some of our housing production in the region as well. It hasn't. We've made some improvements, as you well know, there. But we have accolades across the board for various industries, largely tied around job growth, industry diversity, high-tech jobs, wage growth, etc. And so I've got a number of things there for you as well. And so I'll close with this. You can get information from the last page of our slideshow if you ever want to see some of the things that we're bringing to the table here for you to review. The Beacon report, the annual employment reports, and a number of other things that are available here on this last slide. So if you want to keep up to date on some of the things we pulled forward for you here, then you can get those through those hyperlinks. So that's all I've got. I think what we'd like to do is start with start. And since Brian's last day was actually yesterday, but I asked him if he would show up too. We're really good at this. And give you a report because Wendy just took over here about 5 days ago. And so Brian's got a few comments from his lens, and then we'll go Steve on down the line. So any questions first?
Program and region specific, or community specific reports. I did want to ask about goal 3 in your strategic plan and work around infrastructure, land use, and regulatory complexity. So you mentioned a couple things, John, like working on legislation about urban area reserves, but I just particularly the land use piece, I'd be curious what the scope of that is for EDCO and what your specific legislative, regulatory, or administrative goals are.
Yeah, so we produce a legislative agenda that has concepts on it, and it's a pretty broad agenda. The agenda typically is around incentives for us, one, protection of incentives, and two, if we can carve out some opportunity for new incentives, we'll add that. In this case, we had 4084 that did some things to the enterprise zone, and so we advocated on that. In addition to that, it includes workforce development, which we had some things around that Prosperity 10,000. Energy, so support programs that enhance our capacity here, and then oppose barriers that are created through legislation that basically contradict that goal of adding energy resources to the area here. We also get involved in some of the regulatory things. Senate Bill 1507 dealt with QSBS and a decoupling from the federal code that was in HR 1 that also offered bonus depreciation. That sent a ripple effect through our investment community. And that bonus depreciation was eligible for manufacturers, a huge benefit to companies that are expanding and purchasing equipment and allowing them to depreciate everything in year 1. And so we opposed that bill. It passed. It's on the governor's desk to veto. We continue to advocate, or pass. We continue to advocate for her to veto that bill, largely because of the benefits that it would allow Oregon, under the Prosperity Council, to benefit from certain legislative and policy decisions that have been made. And then there's the industrial land readiness, whereby there was some funds put toward industrial site readiness to the tune of about $20 million across a couple of different vehicles, which we've been advocating for about the last 3 years. And that allows sites like up in Redmond and in Madras and here in Juniper Ridge to access some state funds to put infrastructure in so that we can drop in new traded sector employers. And so there was about $20 million again passed for this year, and they've already asked us for a list of priority sites, and we'll be submitting that here soon. And then lastly, on the land use side of things, we tracked a lot of things relative to supply. So how do we make sure that we can get enough adequate supply, not a land grab, but in an intentful way following the current land use laws, or if there are contradictory land use laws, such as the rules for UARs look a lot like what a UGB process is. And if I'm a local community, why would I go through a UGB process if I can, or why would I go through a UAR process if it costs me the same and it has the same outcome as a UGB process? We're taking a look at the relationship between the rules and the statutes, and we're looking at a legislative concept that solves that issue. There's a couple of other pieces, Commissioner. Once we have something to look at, I'd be delighted to bring you in. You've already been on that list just because of your interest in that space. And so we got to have something for you to look at. We'll bring it to you at an appropriate time.
Yeah, it's great to hear about your legislative approach. There are local land use decision processes happening all the time that are, I believe, relevant to the concern of supply of economic development lands or economic, employment lands, et cetera. The urban growth boundary expansions that are happening, working their way through the process, quickly in Sisters and a little, couple years behind in Bend, as an example. We considered Eastern Oregon solar siting rules, at this board, a few months ago, and rejected those. But I'm just curious how much EDCO gets involved in local land use decisions that, have implications for economic activity and, how much land is going to be available, how much electricity is going to be available, things like that, at the local level.
Yeah, I would say, so first some of this was being vetted out with Eric Kanzler as well, who represents the city of Bend in this space. Our directors often go to relevant land use commission conversations. The thing we're trying to fix is we continue to have to go to the state legislature for local land use fixes. And that suggests that we need to make some fixes to the program. And so our thought is, how do we garner some local control in this space, but also treat the land use goals, one, equally, and two, that, our land is not the same land as what's over in the valley. And so how do we, approach that in a more equitable perspective? And so there's a lot more work to do in that space. But I think once we have a concept for you to look at, I think that's going to reveal itself a bit more. So planning commission attendance is something our local directors are involved with.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate the focus and intent with the legislative approach. But when we're talking about, well, how much industrial land is going to be available in the city of Sisters? Really, the UGB expansion process is one of our best opportunities to figure out how much and where that's going to be. And so I hope that EDCO is engaging at the community level in, those kinds of land use planning processes, not necessarily attempting to change the policy framework around land use, but, maximizing the opportunities that exist within the existing land use planning framework.
Yeah, and I would say that since most of our activity happen in the urban areas, that's where most of our activity is in terms of attendance. And maybe Eric can talk a little bit about that when he gets the microphone.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, John, I just wanted to say, not only is our land not the same, I grow rocks at my house, but our weather is totally different too.
Yep.
We do not have one frost-free day per Rain Shadows Organics. That's right down the road from me. I don't know how they raise all the things they do. And, Wallowa is the coldest, but we're number 2.
Yep.
So.
Thank you. Brian?
Yeah, thanks, John.
And Brian, where are you going?
We took a 1-year State Department business development, economic development project in Botswana.
Wow.
It'll be interesting. It is one of the safer and more developed countries in Africa. So I lived in Africa before and don't want to go back to where it was, although I believe that country's developed.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And Wendy will be taking over for me. You should bring great energy and new ideas into the position and take advantage of some opportunities. I'll give a quick summary of kind of 2025 and I guess the first 3 months of 2026, and then a couple of opportunities I see and some threats. So the serviceable portfolio is really, and always has been since 2014 when I started 10 years ago, kind of capped it around 100. That's just the natural bandwidth of the venture catalyst. That's kind of how much you can, that's how much work you can actually meaningfully impact and divert to the right resource. So that's remained fairly consistent. There are hundreds of startups in Central. Just not. It's just not possible. There are 3 times as many startups that I'm seeing as there were 10 years ago. So we're dealing with a 3x at least, and that's just based on my visibility. The only way to scale this is through the mentor network, which we've done. And I think Wendy will bring a new network to the network that I've built. She has a different skill set, different kind of core competencies. So I think that that'll be beneficial. BVC remains the marquee event. It's the best one in the state. It's the biggest one in the state. There are new attempts to resurrect the Willamette Angel Conference, and then Portland's done a great job of kind of segmenting angel conferences into food, biotech, tech, and I think those are all positives for Oregon. One of the biggest things that's happened over the past year was the move from OSU to OSU, or from OSU to EDCO of the hub director. We took that over. That took the better part of 6-7 months to get her into place in a contractor. And I think that that's going to be a 1 + 1 = 3 type scenario where her work is going to amplify Wendy's efforts, and Wendy's efforts will be synergies there that really kind of grew. And it's exciting. I mean, we haven't had that happen. We haven't had new resource come into start in Central Oregon in 10 years. Meaningful resource. I'm not talking money, I'm talking people. And we worked, EDCO played a key role, and I think we always should have had that role. We just weren't in a position to take it initially. Opportunities that I kind of see available are ones that we should all be aware of, and these are mostly around technology and what's happening in the workforce. I'll use an example. We met a company yesterday in the food and beverage space. I've dealt with dozens of companies in the food and beverage space. It's always a sad story. It's very hard to start, especially in the beverage space. Technology's made it so that this one individual 8 weeks ago could start his business, impact or import product from Southeast Asia. I know we want him to make it here. We got to make it profitable for him to do that. Bring it in on his own and sell over $10,000 in the beverage space in a week, 2 weeks. I mean, part of that time was importing. He's able to do that through AI, believe it or not. He's able to find and impact the labeling requirements and the import requirements, avoid the duties, and import it the right way and remain compliant. So technology stretches across all companies. My point here is that companies can start faster and be more cost effective. They can do it for cheaper and with less people than they ever have been able to before. And we can't ignore that. So we're seeing 1-2 person companies grow to tens of thousands of dollars in revenue in months. That's the opportunity. And we need to take advantage of it. Central Oregon's a great place to live. So people are naturally attracted here to living in Central Oregon, and they're going to want to start businesses here. But that's also a competitive factor because AI doesn't just live in Oregon, it lives everywhere. So they're able to do it here. They're also able to do it in other small towns that they couldn't do it in before. So that's important. The threats that I see are business climate. Some of the things that John talked about with QSBS, QSBS is qualified small business stock, which I'm sure you guys all are aware of. And the problem is that the private sector doesn't move at the pace of government. The impacts and the damage done just by that legislation, SB 1507, passing through the House and Senate and ending up on the governor's desk, has already caused an outflow of investor money. Already. Anecdotally, I know of several individual investors who are friends of mine who have set up residency in other states. They travel a lot anyways. Some of them are not here for even 200 days out of the year. There's no reason for them to pay taxes in the state. It's important. So we have already, I guess my point is, lost startups, and we're going to lose investor money because of this. If it passes, we'll lose even more. So
Pass if it's signed.
if it's signed by the governor,
Right.
which
I
has
know.
not been yet. But
So are you bothering her like
Yes.
a lot, like every day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I've seen the letters against it. What was it, 300 million or something? We're already one of the highest tax states in the nation, and that tax is horrific.
Right.
I mean, that's killing businesses here.
The impact and the damage has, like I said, the private sector doesn't wait around for her to sign the legislation. They move very quickly, and it's not hard to do, especially when it impacts you to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars and you're a marginal tax rate payer, right? You're not a billionaire. You're not 100 millionaire.
Even if you're a billionaire, you're going to even move faster because you want to make another billion.
Yeah. So that's what I see as a threat. remote work is also a threat. People can work anywhere for companies in Central Oregon, and they do. There are modern human resource information systems that allow me to hire somebody and pay them in any state in the country or abroad very easily and remain compliant. So workforces are global, and a lot of the companies that say they are domiciled here in Central Oregon and have 10 employees, we have 9 of them not working here. So strategically, that needs to be a part of any approach to working with companies in Central Oregon. We want people to live here and work here. And I guess supporting and valuing our startups, kind of recognizing that every company that contributes to our tax base was a startup at one point in time. Every single one of them started from nothing, right? It all starts with an idea. We just don't want to get left behind. And I don't think we are. I think we're maintaining pace with the rest of the pack nationwide, but we do risk, especially with the business climate, falling behind. We're missing an opportunity. That's all I got.
So I remember remote workers were coming here, right? About 10, 12, 15 years ago, we would go to the pub talks and some of the different things. And it was that kind of high functioning department manager from the big corporates around the country. And they were just like, well, I told my boss I'd be here if he wanted me. But they were already working remote. So we were on the front edge of that. I'm sure there's other places that were too. But yeah, now you're saying it's a threat. You know, they're moving. We're not the top of that anymore.
I think
People may be going.
as it's both an opportunity and a
Yeah.
attract people to live and work here and pay taxes here with companies that are domiciled elsewhere. But people do look at what the tax environment they're living in, right? And technology's made it incredibly easy to hire people anyway.
It's changing.
Going
Thank
to do
you.
a quick time check. We got about 15 minutes and 3 people to go. Are you okay if we continue on for that 15 minutes?
I have a hard stop at 1:20, but I'll just get up and slip away.
Okay, Steve?
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Curley, Ready Director in Redmond for EDCO. As you know, a lot of activity happening in Redmond. Just focus on a couple different points I'd like to make of the different industries that continue to thrive. And we have our transportation and warehousing. Redmond is a hub for Central Oregon and for the state in some instances. And so we're seeing a lot of companies in that space locating, growing there. John has alluded to some of these. Aviation, aerospace continues to grow in Redmond, as well as data center supply chain, referring specifically to BaseX, building the cooling for these large data centers. So when you look at the national economy and what is, why are we buoyed here in Central Oregon in Redmond? It's because the industries that we are supporting are the industries that are doing well nationally. You look in Bandit, biotech continues to grow. The aviation, aerospace, especially around Department of Defense type projects, continues to grow. So the diversity of our industry has been very positive, and especially in Redmond around advanced manufacturing. 4 projects that I believe you're all aware of, but I'll just highlight quickly, are going up right now, and John touched on them. Nosler, 80,000 square foot manufacturing. Of course, moving jobs from Bend to Redmond, still within the region, but those jobs will be coming to Redmond. Baselite, a regional concrete products manufacturer, a few years ago purchased a local manufacturing and now is building a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Redmond. Pultex, a plastics manufacturer, homegrown business, like Brian said, started in Tumalo in a shop, is now building their first owned building, and so that's a big step for them, but they continue to grow. And of course, Amazon, which I believe they got their certificate of occupancy here a few days ago, so that's been turned over to them. Would expect to see that operational by the end of May from my intel. So that's coming fast. So great projects. Those 4 projects represent 466 jobs, 91.6 million in capital investment. Those will be done deals in the short term. Very exciting for Redmond. Another transaction that you might have noticed, a press release went out on Monday, is the sale of the Redmond Industrial Park. It's 46 acres, sold for $21 million. Been working behind the scenes with the new owners, investors. That is property that has a lot of upside and a lot of opportunity, and they, I believe, will leverage that. They're looking at potential rail spur addition. To John said, we have very limited rail spur. Another, opportunity to get that back online because I think it had it years ago. So there's some land there that I think we, over the next 5-10 years, will see continue to develop into more manufacturing type space. Continued investment in education, Redmond High School, $10 million program expansion with a school bond, COCC, over $8 million in the expansion of their manufacturing program and facility there. And then the last thing I will mention is looking forward to seeing you all next week if you're able to come to the Ready Luncheon. We'll be talking about workforce and some of the digging into what we need as far as workforce and what we're seeing. So it should be a great luncheon. So unless you have questions.
So that business park that was sold, that's Antler and 9th Street. Is that kind of where it is?
Yeah, between Antler, 9th, and Hemlock.
And then is it kind of the same block as where Amazon is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So just kind of the same area around there.
The same property owner who sold the Amazon property.
Oh, okay. So that was a subset of it, and then this is the rest. Okay, it helps.
Smaller chunks.
And then the rail spur, do we have history on that? As in it, because it's always comes up down in southern Deschutes County too. We're like, hey, we just want a rail spur. It's like, well, that's kind of a big deal. So my experience is, they say that, if there's rail, you run a couple cars to Prineville so somebody can put them on a big unit train and send them across the country. Any experience on what does it look like in Redmond? Do you know?
We do have the transfer, what's the
transload facility?
Transload facility. Thank you for the terminology. Which is on the north end of Redmond, which does allow, thank Commissioner, so that cars can offload, go to Prineville, come back and get back main line. So that is happening, but the rail spur would allow a company to directly access, the main line without having.
But I mean, not the 70 and 100 car trains. It'd be a couple at a time.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's all I was trying to understand. Yep.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Steve, what about Mike's Pizza?
This is important.
Still working on it?
They own the property.
They own it.
Property,
They own it free and clear?
Yes.
Well, they might be leveraged by a lender, but
Okay.
they own it.
I mean, I just was wondering, I was hoping you were going to mention them.
Yes. Well, they did partition that property because they didn't need it all for their project. And so
Okay.
they are hoping to sell 19.8 acres to help fund their project. So that is on the market and will help move that forward. So that is a step in their process.
I saw their marketing trailer or fundraising trailer on the highway just the other day. I was like, oh, are they coming to town? But it was like their trailer.
They're very active with that all over the country.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And they're invested in this community. They're sponsoring
Yeah.
some things at the local level.
Yeah. And they have roots here in Central Oregon. The family does.
Good.
I'll try and get a follow-up for you on that, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Patricia.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm going to have to step out. I will watch the other communities' presentations later on by video. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you, Commissioner DeBonne, for serving on the SLED Advisory Board. I appreciate that, and the support of the County Commission for our program. And Commissioner Chang, you'll hear at the end of the month at our annual luncheon, so you'll get a report on what we're doing there too. I just wanted to highlight some of the key projects that we're working on. One of the issues we've had in South Deschutes County is that we don't have a lot of available space for people to locate a traded sector business in. And so we're trying to do what we can to alleviate that. One of the projects is our incubator, which will be breaking ground, I'm told, in the next 30 days. So fingers crossed that the completion date is early next year. We had hoped for this summer, but it looks like it's going to be next year. And basically, we're going to help startup manufacturing firms or traded sector businesses through their initial growth stage, hoping that they grow and succeed need to buy other property in the industrial park to build another facility.
That was a state investment that got us started there, correct?
We did receive a grant from the state for $1.5 million for that project, and we also received a grant from the Ford Family Foundation. So the project is, I believe, 100% covered. So we're excited about that and the difference that that project will make going forward. And we have a couple of other spec buildings that are supposed to go up this summer that are in various stages of the permitting process. Before I talk about projects that are expansions, I wanted to talk, just this morning we had our kickoff meeting for the Rural Opportunity Initiative, which will be assessing the entrepreneurial ecosystem in South Deschutes County. And I think that we'll be able to make a big difference with that project. And we're also working with the Innovation Hub through EDCO for that project. Working on some workforce development initiatives. I'm told that the apprenticeship program for pre-construction already has 10 students in it and we're working with Habitat for Humanity. So we're taking some baby steps, but steps in the right direction for workforce development. Western Metrology, which you guys were kind enough to fund through the forgivable loan program, has moved into their new facility. They were supposed to be operational yesterday. I didn't check, but he is going to give a report at the SLED annual luncheon as one of our successful projects. And he is in the coordinate measuring machine business for the aerospace industry. Lapine Community Health Center, drove by this morning, looks like the parking lot is in. We're told that they're going to start or be operational in June. I worked a great deal in the beginning stages of that project, helping them identify capital for that project. And then we have some other existing firms that are going to do expansion projects. In the pipeline right now, I have 8 projects, which if they all come to fruition, it'll be about $500 million. But we have an additional project. The city council has approved moving forward with the process of selling them property. It's for a high technology data center project. If it goes through, the investment will be 2.5 times the value of Lapine.
Big
Which to me
news.
is like, that's a big project.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
When I had the county assessor put it in those terms, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I had no idea because I didn't know what the value of Lapine was before we started working on this project. And the jobs that will result will be about 100 jobs. And so it would be a huge project for Lapine, and it'll take very little resources and very little of the precious county industrial park land. Because as we all know, land is a scarce resource, and we try to be very conscientious about who we sell that to, that they really are making a difference and making an economic impact on the community.
Well, there's some power capacity in the mid-state system in the business park, which is kind of the magic formula right now.
And unique.
Yeah.
It is unique, and we're very thankful for that. And then, I know you're familiar with the geothermal project, so we are working on those, and there are significant investment, significant job creation. And John is working with me on those projects too, with his experience, which I appreciate. So those are much longer term. So activity will be happening, but it's going to be over several years.
My understanding is it's a 200 megawatt geothermal is going to be the first goal to get the 200 megawatts online, because they were talking about either 15 or 50 or 100, but now they're going to go right to 200, which means they need connectivity back to somewhere, but a couple years from now.
Well, all of those issues are being addressed. The interconnectivity is a big one to the existing line. So thank you. I'll let Eric have some time. We appreciate your support very much.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. Eric Strobel, Sisters Director. A lot going on in our little community. We've got 2 big expansions that are taking place. They're exciting because both of these expansions are consolidating operations from other areas in Oregon and the U.S. and bringing them to Sisters. So Cascade Spirits is leasing the former Laird warehouse, 25,000 square feet. They're working on TIs right now, probably be in the fall. And then GFP Response, one of the largest disaster relief companies in the US, was looking for property for a year and a half, 2 years. They were contemplating a move to California, and time worked for us. Metabolic Maintenance sold their building, and so did Three Creeks Brewing sold their production facility, and GFP Response bought both of those properties next to each other. So we call it GFP Corner now. And it's exciting because before in Sisters, an expansion meant they moved to Redmond, which was not great. So that's over, Curly.
Not as long.
Competition, there's competition in this world here.
Sure, what's coming next is expansion to Sisters of Basex, right?
Oh,
It's on the list. Yep, yep.
They're moving the right way. You know.
That's right. That's right. And then, yes, BaseX is up to 40 employees, assembling surgical clean rooms in Sisters. They will be on our Made in Sisters tour July 16th. So I hope you can make that. And then lots of startup activity. A couple of those, Avonlea Folk Embroidery. They make embroidery kits that they sell all over the world. Their largest customer base is 18 to 34 years old, which I was really surprised at. So I think some people are starting to get back to the basics a little bit and get off the phone, which is exciting. We have Tallac Hats. They make trail running and hiking hats, lightweight. They sell on Amazon. They're growing like crazy. And then you know about Lazy Z. Thank you for approving that project. They're doing great. They had their biggest Friday night, the biggest night last Friday night. And they're slowly becoming, known, and people are getting out there. It's a really, really cool little place to go. Working a little bit more in retail as well, retail support. It's a priority of the council. It's a priority of the Vision Task Force and Sisters. And so I've been working with the Sisters Business Association to support where we can. EDCO doesn't really have programs for retail, but we can make connections. We can help with facilities, all that kind of stuff. So that's been exciting. And then we have 3 new light industrial buildings to the tune of 53,000 square feet, all kind of went up at the same time. And they are currently leasing, which is nice to have, that we can expand and have new companies come in. Those buildings will also be along the tour. You'll see all 3 of those. It's going to be a walking tour, and they're really good looking buildings. They look great. Commissioner Chang asked about involvement in UGB, and I have been very involved with the steering committee and the planning commission testifying on the importance of industrial and commercial land. And out of the 250 acres for our UGB expansion, 56 of that is going to be commercial industrial, which I think is which is great. And I'll also be involved in where that land goes. That's coming up fairly soon.
Great.
And then, yeah, we'll see you next week at the joint city council commissioner meeting, Wednesday, the 8th. So look forward to that.
Wednesday, the 8th at like 5 at night or something?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm going to the National Forest meeting across the river from Hood River because the U.S. Forest Chief, Chief Schultz, is going to be there. And when I met him personally back in D.C., he made a statement about I needed to bring a plaque from Oregon because he already has a plaque from Georgia saying they're the best forestry state in the nation. So Mr. Pfister in the back room is working on putting something fabulous together for me to present to him. And then also Jacqueline Buchanan, who is the regional director for 5 states now. And we actually happen to be really good friends because she's a horse person too. And she's going to be there doing a presentation in the afternoon. So I don't know, it's like a 3-hour drive back. And I know Jacqueline, I want to see Jacqueline when she speaks, but she now has 5 states. So, and you know how important forestry is to Oregon. Is it not important? Where are we down to? 160 working lumber mills in the state. And having Chief Schultz out here, I think, is incredibly indicative of the care he has for, our entire country. And you saw where they're moving headquarters to Salt Lake City from DC because they feel like that's more appropriately placed for what their management is all about. So, okay, well, thank you.
For your advocacy work in that space, sincerely.
Well, I grew up in Hebner. We had Kinsey Mill.
But folks that are elected have to take that
Yeah.
role because we can't be everywhere all the time. So thank you.
Well, when we saw that he was going to be,
Investment.
the thing was, when are you going to come to Oregon? And so then Brenda and I saw that he was going to be there next week, and he's the keynote speaker at 8:30 in the morning. So I really think it's important to remind him again what we have in Oregon, and we don't want to burn 1.9 million acres again. We've got to really get this. Hopefully this summer it's going to be, we're going to just keep praying, right? So it's not as bad as we kind of imagine it might be with all of our drought.
So, along those lines, maybe we should schedule up a helicopter or an airplane or something. Get you back and forth. I joke, yeah.
A joke. That's a joke because I'm really.
How is the Sisters Airport going there? Is there still commercial activity there? Multiple businesses?
There is
Yeah, that's great.
lots of plans.
Because that's kind of quiet these days. I haven't, it used to be very active, what we'd hear about, what's going on. But,
Yeah, there's some long range plans that they're working on, and just hired a new CEO to help Betty.
Great.
Up there, yep.
Wonderful.
And then the other thing, you mentioned Lazy Z and how fabulous it is. We actually approved Lazy Z on Valentine's Day, and they're not allowed to have weddings, not allowed to have weddings at their beautiful venue. And I said, they did an arrangement with Central Oregon Land Watch, and they said no weddings. And I'm going, please come back, and do something, because I think they should be able to have weddings there too. So please pass that on to them again.
Well, for sure.
Yeah, how could we approve this on Valentine's Day?
Not
Very
wedding.
appropriate, right?
Yes, it's like today's April Fool's Day, and yes.
We won't go there.
No, we will
We'll
not.
stay out of that mix. But I do want to sincerely thank you for your time. We've certainly overextended ourselves from what was on the agenda. A lot going on, a lot to cover. I know you get individual reports from your engagements with EDCO and our local programs, but sincerely thank you for not only putting your own time on the schedule for us to get this work done and being part of the team, but also financially supporting us so that we can do this good work. And so we sincerely appreciate everything you've done over the years and always been there for us when we decide to try and stretch a little further. You stretch a little further for us too, particularly in this fiscal year and your budget recommendations. So thank you again for your time.
Well, we had Angela Wilhelm speak after us in South County at the breakfast about a month ago. And it was terrible. She said what they've done to the state in the last 10 years, we've gone down to like 47th for business friendly. And I'm just listening to the fact that Senate Bill 1507 that, didn't bring that depreciation in. That's what business people want. They want to be able to write off those costs, because so many times waiting 20 years for a return on your investment, your investors are going to say, hey, I'm going somewhere else.
And interest rates and the cost of,
Yeah.
That might have been who I was on the phone till 9:30 with last night on.
There you go.
7. So
Well, I mean, I heard what she said, and I was really disappointed that she should have had more time. We actually
we took too long.
Yeah, we took too much time, and they should have said, no, the room needs to hear from Angela. Yeah, she is very upset about what the last 10 years have done. And I'm just so appreciative of all the work you guys do.
thank you very
Because
much.
you
We do have some optimism with the Prosperity Council,
Mhm.
the Prosperity Officer, and this was a subject that was part of their agenda as well yesterday, and several calls that I was involved with. So we do have some a sense of optimism on what we might be able to do in the future to sort of
yeah.
course correct, if you will.
Course correct, yes.
Setting the table and being ready, right? And then now, because it'll happen too, there'll be an upswing and it'll be a real exciting time. And I agree, it was kind of lackadaisical. Well, maybe we want business, maybe we don't. It's like, oh, wait a minute, payroll taxes are what pay for the resources at the state level. Maybe we need business. So I think it's coming back around.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being so professional.
Thank you guys for coming.
Wendy, did you want to say anything? Here's your chance. Okay, there you go. I just wanted to say hi. Thank you. Can you stay for a few minutes? You good. Anything else for this meeting then?
We done?
Looks like it. See you none. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.